Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Director Kennett,
Here from the other side.
Director Matthews,
Here.
Director Chapman,
Here.
Director Sutherland,
Here.
Director Ming Hyde, here, Director Dominguez, here, Director Gill.
Here.
Thank you very much. Before the meeting proceeds, I'd like to acknowledge the preliminary passing of Measure D. I believe that there's a slide. And is anybody, was anybody going to present? Or speak to this, or is it time for board comments?
Happy to say a few opening remarks.
Over the board. Okay.
Thank you, Mark. I think as this board knows, I haven't spoken to all of you this week, but I think as you know, while the election has not yet been certified, it has been kind of unofficially called, both by the Open Space Authority, by the Measure D campaign, by the press. I hope you all saw various articles that were in the local news. I don't know if somebody wants to take out their phone and go to the Santa Clara County Elections website. I'd be curious to know what the,
55.4.
thank you,
Or 55.3.
it's still 55.3?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're really getting down to what's left. I think as of Tuesday, there were about 6,500 votes left to count. So anyway, I hope you had a chance to read some of these articles. They were very good perspectives, and actually the one that Paul Rogers wrote on Tuesday, he made a statement to the effect that this was the most prominent environmental measure in California on the June ballot. That really stuck with me. So I know this board has some things they probably want to say. Staff took the opportunity to celebrate at our staff meeting just a few hours ago, and there was a lot of joy in the room and a lot of accolades and thanks to staff because as you know, most of you know this, this is not something that's done in a couple of months. There's a lot of work that goes into readying an agency and then showing up for the public so they know that this is coming and they know how important our work is. And so it was really wonderful to hear back from staff today, the different perspectives of what they had noticed out in the community and the thank yous they got from Morgan Hill to Milpitas to our, some of our preserves. I think one of the staff members even said, somebody in Gilroy said, when are you coming to Gilroy? So we're very, very proud of this measure and the collaborative effort it took to see its success. And I think as this board knows, the approach that was taken was new and novel, from the building square foot to a voter initiated measure. And together those made for just a very novel funding mechanism going forward. So in some ways, I don't think it's quite sunk in, but I'm really glad to be with you here tonight, just days after this election was called. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to say just a couple of things. One is that we want to publicly thank everyone in this room and the voters in Santa Clara County for their overwhelming support. And when I look at this, it's we collectively value open space in Santa Clara Valley. We voted our values and we succeeded. So in these times, knowing that we can take these positive steps to ensure our values are held and the values of the community are held is so refreshing. We can do hard things. And together we can make sure we have the resources to support the things that we love. And I'd like to give my other board members the opportunity to say something. Director Gill.
First of all, congratulations for passing this Mayor D. I just want to say thank you to all the voters. They just support us to just pass this one. The second things, we took really a great route for 50% plus one. That's the main reason we passed this measure. If it's a 2/3, then might be it's a difficult at this time because it's a voter turnout is very low. If you look at that, so thank you for our staff, general managers, and all the consultant. They just give us a really good route. Then we can pass this mayor. Thank you very much again, and then hopefully we can continue to use our $17 million invest for the public use.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Director Gill. Dr. Ming Hai.
Again, I'd like to echo thanking the voters. You know, this was an unusually contentious election. And having 55% of the voters say that open space is important really says a lot about what this area, Santa Clara Valley, cares about. I think for me, this is a wonderful time to be on the board, to be able to continue the legacy, demonstrate to the voters how their tax dollars will be spent, and you know, be able to have people see in their lifetime not only open space preserved, but open space accessible to everyone. So thank you.
Dr. Matthews.
Well, it's a testament to the day in and day out work over many, many years that this agency has been doing. If that had not happened, this vote wouldn't have happened. And then closer into the election, the what we used to call the spade work that was done to prepare us for the ballot measure, to decide what kind of ballot measure we wanted to support. And then all the endorsements, we had every endorsement that mattered except for one. We defeat, you know, we prevailed in spite of not having the Mercury News endorsement. So there were a little ups and downs during the campaign, especially toward the end. And the voters, you know, range from apathy to cynicism to exasperation with our national political climate right now and the state confusion. And so it really was a victory that brings out a lot of ashes. And I'm very proud of the organization and our cohorts, our supporters outside of the organization who made it happen. So it was really a bright spot on election day.
Just want to start off with congratulating everybody in this room, congratulating our voters. What an incredible milestone for this organization. I hope my fellow director shared. It's such an honor to be in this seat. It's an honor to see the hard work, the passion, the commitment that everybody puts into this role. And very excited to see what the future has in store for all of us. So again, grateful, honored, and excited.
Chapman.
I'm just a little excited. I got to spend the last 2.5 years of my life learning how you birth a ballot measure, which was a very interesting experience, and kind of like how the initial polling was going and how, you know, what we ended up deciding with. And then we had, you know, luckily we had a citizen-led group, you know, by Julie and Ken and Shiloh that, you know, went ahead and collected the signatures and filed the ballot for us. And then we had to put it in the hands of the voters. And that is always the most nerve-wracking time to me, that last half hour when you know you can't do anything more, you can't call anybody, you can't post another thing on social media. I think everybody in my family is getting really tired of me putting green pictures up. But then to, you know, to see it come in at such a validating percentage, oh, I mean, it warms my heart. So it's really a testament to this agency. I mean, I think we all owe ourselves, you know, a pat on the back and a hug and a round of applause, because I think the voters know this agency is true to its word. It's going to move forward with things that we've set out, the goals that we want to do. And I'm really, really proud to be a part of this agency and to move forward on some really exciting things. So I appreciate the voters having faith in us at a time when a lot of voters don't have faith in government. So I think that's the part I want to get. When they don't have faith in other parts of government, they have faith in us. That's huge. And so, you know, that was significant to me. And so let's go.
All right, Director Kenneth, you'll wrap us up.
Well, what all you guys said, and that's what Mark Landgraf showed me the precinct maps of this election versus Measure Q. Very interesting. Too bad they're not on here, but in my neck of the woods, people don't vote for anything that smells like a tax, and it showed. But even in Alberton Valley, which is likely for me part of my my district, and the people I talked to like the idea of what we're doing. That wasn't the issue. The issue was how we were doing. And so tough. Results speak for themselves. So I think it'll be there are more stories involved when I shared some of them with the Morgan Hill City Council. Able to promise I'd get 5 out of 5. I got 4 out of 5 publicly. Fifth one said he's not going to vote against it. But because of politics, he can't endorse it publicly because of how it was presented. The results bore out. Anyway, congratulations to all. If everybody wants to raise their right hand, put it over your left shoulder and pat yourselves on the back, you deserve it.
And then I'd like to know if there are any public comments?
No.
Any other comments from staff? Okay, then I'm gonna say, let's all stand up and give ourselves a round of applause. Come on, we did it. Okay, thank you. At this time, are there any members of the public who would like to address an item to the board that, or an item that is not on the agenda?
They're not.
Thank you very much. And then I believe that we're going to adjourn to closed session.
Yes, Madam Chair, there's one item on closed session, Conference of General Counsel, existing litigation. Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority versus Andrade. The other, rest of the details are as listed on the agenda.
Okay, so with that, we'll adjourn to closed session at 6:44. Thank you very much. The board is returned from closed session at 7:06. Legal counsel, is there anything to report?
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the May 28th, 2026.
Approve.
Second.
Does the board have any questions? I have one. Generally, when there was the item that was deferred, the consent item that needed the 4/5 vote, I believe it was C5.
Correct.
Just because it doesn't say a date, when is that coming back to the board?
That will come back to the board on the June 25th board meeting agenda as a new business item.
Great, thank you very much. And we had a motion to approve and seconded,
Motion by Director Kennett and seconded by Director Chapman.
I believe so. Yes, thank you. Are there any questions from the public?
There are none.
Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Director Kennett,
Yes.
Director Matthews,
Yes.
Director Chapman,
Yes.
Director Sutherland,
Yes.
Director Minghide, abstain. Director Dominguez,
Yes.
Director Gill.
I think I have to abstain also.
The motion passes.
Thank you. 5 yeas, 2 abstentions. The board will now hear the approval of the engineer's report and levying the annual assessment for the open space acquisition and maintenance District 1 renewal for fiscal year 26-27. The board will hear the presentation from Fiscal Services Officer Justina Teen. Welcome, Justina.
Thank you. Good evening, directors. Justina Teen, Fiscal Services Officer. Annually, the board receives and approves the final engineer's report for the District 1 benefit assessment. And the engineer's report was compiled by SCI Consulting Group. And tonight we have Jeanette Heinzen here to address any questions regarding the report. The engineer report does require the board to hold a public hearing and allow the public to comment on this item.
Madam Chair, if you would open the public hearing and then ask for public comment.
Thank you, Justina. We will now open the public hearing. Members of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. Clerk, do we have any comments?
There are none.
Thank you very much. The public hearing is now closed. Does the board have any comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Director Matthews, seconded by
A second.
Director Kennett. Clerk, please call the vote.
Director Kennett,
Yes.
Director Matthews,
Yes.
Director Chapman,
Yes.
Director Sutherland,
Yes.
Director Minghide,
Yes.
Director Dominguez,
Yes.
Director Gill.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The board will now hear the presentation of the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget, annual work plan, and position pay plan. Justina, you're there again.
Yes, I am.
Can I ask one question before we start?
Sure.
Do we have any problem with the system today? Because I didn't see, you didn't just show up who's voting things on the screen.
I am not sure. I would have to take a look at your.
No. What, so only mine is, everybody else is doing?
Yeah, no problems. Come up with me.
We cannot see that because before that, whoever the approved the motion and then the second, then click the vote. So I don't know, maybe Did you guys change anything or the system has any issues?
Not that I'm aware of, but the, everything is popping up on the display screen, so I would just recommend following along there. And then I'd have to take a look at the iPads.
I did see it pop up on that screen.
That's what I'm doing.
Are you okay? You want to see if somebody can fix your?
No, that's okay. So I just wanted to say, change something or that's okay.
Okay, then, okay, to let Justine continue.
Okay.
Please, thank you.
Good evening again, directors. Justina Teen, Fiscal Services Officer for the record. And tonight we are presenting the budget and annual work plan for fiscal year 26-27. I'm actually going to hand it over to Andrea McKenzie, General Manager, to kick us off.
Thank you, Justina. Oh, and you've already gone to the next slide. Thank you very much. Thank you, Justina. Good evening, directors. On behalf of the Open Space Authority staff, we're proud to bring to the board for your consideration this evening the proposed fiscal year 26-27 work plan and budget. In just a minute, I'll be presenting my general manager overview of the look ahead to fiscal year 26-27. I'll be followed by Assistant General Managers Mark Landgraf and Lee Rauscher, who will provide a summary of the proposed work plan for the two divisions of the agency, Conservation Planning and Communications, and Administrative and Field Operations, respectively. Following their presentations, we'll take questions from the board on the work plan. Then we'd like to take a very short break, and then we'll come back to talk about the budget itself. And that will include a budget summary, key elements and the various funds that support the budget, an overview of outside funding sources, a breakdown of expenditures, basically a pie chart, other budget components, including programmatic items. We'll discuss very briefly that a 15-year forecast is underway, as is a capital improvement program, a CIP, and a recommendation for approving the draft proposed work plan and budget. We'll be taking questions from the board all along the way, both on the work plan itself and later on the budget. And staff is all here this evening to answer any questions the board may have. So each year, staff brings to the board a proposed budget based on what we expect to accomplish in the upcoming fiscal year with our known revenues in order to implement the authority's priorities on behalf of nature and people. As I mentioned in my general manager budget message that's in your budget and work plan document, at the time that staff developed and published the draft proposed budget and work plan for fiscal year 26-27, the outcome of the June 2nd election was not known. Because of that, the work plan priorities and budget assumptions you'll hear about tonight took a conservative approach for expenditures in 26-27. And as staff will explain later, the expenditures in the proposed budget as compared to last year's approved budget are the same, if not slightly lower. They're also based on actual revenues from D1, Measure T, unspent revenues from the previous fiscal year, and secured grants. And you'll hear a much more detailed presentation from staff tonight about those different funding sources and how together they support the projects and programs that are in the budget before you. After tonight's work plan and budget presentation to the board and with board direction, staff will return to the board. This is after certification of the June 2nd election. And at that time, we'll specifically discuss the implications of additional revenue streams from Measure D. But that's not what we're talking about tonight. So thank you for this slide here. I have a few more remarks here. And so with this introduction, I'd like to provide some context. First, I'd like to take a look very briefly, a look back at fiscal year 25-26. We have very much to be proud of, and a few of the highlights that I'd like to focus on. We effectively increased public awareness and interest in our work in the Coyote Valley and through the Coyote Valley Conservation Areas Master Plan through a series of outreach events and public surveys. Secondly, we secured approval at the California Public Utilities Commission of a landmark agreement between LS Power and PG&E to collate an energy terminal at the existing Metcalf substation rather than on sensitive open space and agricultural lands in the Coyote Valley. Third, we received the largest agricultural conservation grant from the state of California in the 25-26 cycle to protect 400 acres of threatened farmland in San Martin. We restored a series of ponds and lakes at Rancho Cañada del Oro to enhance habitat for endangered turtles, salamanders, and frogs. We awarded or gave out close to $1 million of urban grants to 15 community-based organizations for climate-smart communities programming. And lastly, and certainly not least, voters approved Measure D, a progressive parcel tax that will bring in approximately $17 million in additional revenue per year in perpetuity for the Open Space Authority's vital work. As the authority looks to the next year and beyond, and given the public's continued endorsement of our agency's vital work to invest in healthy lands, healthy communities, and healthy people, our focus must be responsive to the public trust. In other words, promises made, promises kept. So there are 7 commitments that I think are very important to prioritize. And I've kind of summarized these, and they relate to the priorities in your work plan and budget for this next fiscal year. So firstly, continuing to be a highly effective, efficient, and transparent and fiscally responsible public agency. Next, advancing key resource stewardship initiatives to enhance biodiversity and ecosystem health on our growing portfolio of open space lands. And this includes wildfire management and water resources. Next, identifying the most strategic open space projects for timely planning and implementation in the next 3 to 5 years. Next, selecting, funding, and implementing specific restoration and public access priorities for the Coyote Valley Master Plan. Partnering with the county, state, CBOs, and the private sector to enhance investment in nature-based climate solutions on natural and working lands. Evaluating the potential to scale urban investments through the OSA's Urban Grants Program and other means. Continued engagement in land use policy and development siting concerning energy development, builders remedy projects, the Heritage Oak Cemetery, and other inappropriately sited developments that pose significant risk to wildlife connectivity, ag viability, tribal resources, community well-being, and the public's substantial investment in open space lands in the Santa Clara Valley. And finally, to support the achievement of these priorities, the Open Space Authority must conduct additional financial modeling, 15-year forecasting, and completion of its CIP, integrating projected Measure D revenues into our work plans and budgets going forward. I'll end my remarks by saying we are humbled by the continued support and partnership of our communities, the county and cities within our jurisdiction, to ensure a sustainable and livable region for nature, agriculture, and people. The passage of Measure D will allow the OSA to maintain its current level of managing, stewarding, and caring for our growing portfolio of public lands and waters, will support the additional conservation and public land management responsibilities that we must absorb in the coming months and years. And with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mark Landgraf.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Andrea. And thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Directors. Mark Landgraf, Assistant General Manager. So, as mentioned in the General Manager's message in your report, nature is not a nice to have, but a foundational element of our life support system, essential to the health and resilience of ecosystems, communities, economies, and climate. The projects in the proposed work plan are designed to continue to protect and restore nature, build resilience to extreme weather for our urban communities and for nature, to support work as we push back on proposals for inappropriate land use through partnerships, policy, and land protection. They help meet the increased demand for public access to natural areas and continue to engage in responsible stewardship and top-notch land management. I'll leave those last two for Lee, who includes land stewardship and management in her division. But I will provide some context and detail on the other items I mentioned, as the next few slides include the programs and projects implemented in, please don't change the slide yet, Conservation Planning and Communications Division, also known as CPC. So within that division, the work that's conducted by the 4 departments that you see up on the screen, and might be a little bit hard to read there, but hopefully it's legible within your reports. They work in service of the nature-based climate resilience solutions I just mentioned, and includes like the full life cycle of conservation-related actions, from mapping and conservation planning to land acquisition, external funding for those acquisitions, long-range planning, and all the way to site planning for public access, including the design and construction of staging areas and trails. And importantly, communicating all of that to our partners and our constituents on a regular basis. Along the way, we deploy land use policy, intergovernmental affairs, and strategic partnerships to support the conservation work in our region. We also administer, as the General Manager just mentioned, an important and beloved urban grant program that serves as a lifeline to bring nature investment close to home for our urban communities. Next slide, please. The conservation and strategic partnerships is the first of the 4 departments that I want to talk about. They comprise a staff of 6 and include the several interrelated program areas listed here. Most of the work in this department is programmatic, with the exception of land acquisitions, which are called out as projects in the work plan. Next slide, please. By way of example, I want to mention just a couple of projects here. These are acquisitions that are expected to close in the coming fiscal year. Coyote Valley transfers to the Open Space Authority. These are the 418 acres in Mid-Coyote Valley that your board recently approved a purchase and sale agreement for, to acquire those lands from Post. So we are currently working to secure $14.5 million from the State Coastal Conservancy for that transfer. Another example is the purchase of a 412 acre agricultural conservation easement just north of Gilroy, which has already been funded by a $14.8 million grant from the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program in the state of California. Of course, several other acquisitions are in the pipeline. You have that information of just generally what's coming up in your work plan. In addition to the general programmatic work, there are several other significant efforts that are underway, and these are being led by the Conservation and Strategic Partnerships Department. And you see those 2 on the slide here. The Nature Investment Framework seeks to mobilize new sources of funding that diversify our revenue portfolio, here focused on private sector investment in the restoration and stewardship of land. Also, the kickoff of a 5-year capital improvement plan, also known as a CIP. We will be creating a new CIP process starting in July, and much of the foundational work for the CIP has already been underway, and that effort is being led by Megan Drager, the manager of this department. This will be a roadmap for all capital projects over the next 5 years, and an important tool for planning and prioritizing and for fully integrating those projects into the annual budget and work plan process. We will be coming back to your board for feedback and updates on both of these initiatives. Next slide, please. The Long Range Planning Department is a department of 2 full-time staff and 1 seasonal aide, and includes several interrelated program areas that you see listed here. In many ways, the department plays the role of a convener, bringing staff from across the agency and our partner agencies, partner organizations together with input from the public to create plans for the open spaces we all love and share and love to share. The photos on this slide show a few examples of partner, stakeholder, and public engagement from the current fiscal year, including with the San Jose Department of Transportation, county roads, local farmers, and members of the public. Next slide, please. The focus of the Long Range Planning Department's work this coming fiscal year remains on Coyote Valley via a project you may have heard of before, the Coyote Valley Conservation Areas Master Plan, or CV Camp, as well as a new project we've been ramping up behind the scenes this year, the Coyote Monterey Road Street Design and Safety Study. That's a mouthful, and I wish we had a better acronym for it. We'll work on that over the next fiscal year. But so regarding Coyote Valley, the master planning process is wrapping up community engagement for its conceptual alternatives, and staff will bring that to your board with a summary of the survey and other results this July. We expect to come to the board in the late fall to share a draft preferred conceptual site plan before initiating another round of community engagement in early 2027. By June of 2027, the team will be focused on beginning preparation of the plan document, advancing designs for phase 1 implementation projects, and determining the plan's environmental review process. For the Monterey Road study, in this coming year, the plan is to make significant progress towards development of a preferred conceptual street design plan for the Monterey Road corridor within Coyote Valley. So just that segment of the Monterey Road corridor. Goals are to identify improvements to the street that would improve safety for people and wildlife, enhance connection to nearby parks and open spaces, and improve the corridor's design and sense of place. The authority is undertaking this work with funding from and collaboration with the San Jose Department of Transportation. Near-term project milestones include design alternatives, outreach, selecting a preferred design, and noting that the design, this project includes just those initial planning stages, but not the actual design of the project. Next slide, please. Within the planning, design, and construction department, led by Lucas Shellhammer, who's here with us tonight. Yes, there is. All right, just confirming. The planning, design, and construction department includes the programs you see here: capital planning, design and construction, and cartography and geographic analysis, often known as GIS. Next slide, please. Projects highlighted as important examples here within planning, design, and construction include all of these. So completion of construction of accessible trails and placement of interpretive facilities at the Coyote Valley Open Space Preserve. We just had the groundbreaking ceremony in May that many of you were present at, and really appreciate that participation, and expect construction to be completed this fall. There will be a ribbon cutting ceremony later this calendar year. Begin construction of new trail routes and a hike-in backcountry campsite to significantly expand public access opportunities at Rancho Quina del Oro Open Space Preserve in partnership with the Bay Area Ridge Trail Council and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC. In the coming year, we hope to advance trail planning and initiate acquisition of a trailhead, parking, and staging area for El Toro Open Space Preserve. We will implement new ADA accessible public facing preserve maps, both online and at Open Space Authority preserves. The Mayan Oyakma Coyote Ridge Open Space Preserve Southern Regional Trail Expansion, another large title we need a better acronym for, is currently focused on securing the trail access rights and coordination with county parks on future trail alignment. The Connecting People to Nature Through Art project involves just initial scoping at this time of ways to reach new audiences in creative ways through nature-oriented art, further expanding our reach into our communities. The next two projects involve creation and completion of tools to advance conservation via technology. These two projects, the Authority Atlas and the GIS File Storage Assessment, I know they sound very technical, but really ultimately what that means for our agency and our constituents is laying the foundation to be more efficient in our land management processes and in coordination with other departments internally. The Atlas especially creates an effective tool for asset management that's important for the CIP that I had mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. So the Communications and Media Department, led by Charlotte Graham, who's also here tonight, sorry, we deleted there. They have a mission that involves connecting people to nature by creating communications for diverse communities, building awareness of the Open Space Authority and its work, and showing the value of nature in people's daily lives. And the department does this by shaping the agency's voice across all of its communication platforms, delivering clear, accurate, inclusive messaging aligned with brand and values, engaging the community through storytelling, outreach, and partnerships, and supporting our internal teams with consistent messaging and amplification of all of the projects that staff are talking about here tonight throughout the course of the year, and the various initiatives also. So just a little bit more background on the programmatic areas. The multimedia production is via traditional and ethnic media outlets to generate positive earned media. The department uses newsletters, collateral, and digital content to deliver those messages, the website as well, social media platforms, and designs inclusive graphics and multimedia. The department provides public information through safety updates, preserve notices and signage, and response to public inquiries. Audiences are engaged through digital, print, and in-person outreach, leverage of partner platforms and events, evaluation of communication impact to strengthen trust throughout the work that we do, and reinforcement of our brand standards and aligning messages with agency goals. Next slide, please. So for 26 and 27 fiscal year, these are a few examples in those programmatic areas of what the department has ahead. So certainly coordinating the Hearts to Life Trail at Coyote Valley, that ribbon cutting that I mentioned that will happen towards the end of the calendar year. Supporting school group program launch, leading communications and outreach for public launch of the authority's new school group program, which involves a lot of different collateral and outreach content. Engaging the public on regional trail connections through public engagement strategies, revamping agency brochures, as was mentioned earlier, for ADA compliance, but also to improve not just accessibility, but also readability of all of our collateral. And then expanding language access through expanded partnerships with local community-based organizations, expanding the use of transcreation to improve language access, increasing awareness of OSA programs among diverse communities. The last one on here is really more of a lead-in for Lee, but of course providing timely information to partners and the public about planned controlled burns in the fall. So that's just a taste of some of the things coming up that would be highlighted through the communications media work. But with that, those are the slides that I have. So before I pass it off to Lee to discuss work in the work plan in her division, I just wanted to take a pause in case there are any questions.
Director Matthews.
I appreciate taking questions now, each with each segment rather than waiting to the very end, because I will forget. Do we have a CIP now, or are we just now developing?
So I can answer that at a high level, and I don't know if Megan wants to give additional detail, but through the chair, we don't currently have a CIP. It's under development, and quite a bit of work has been done already to lay the foundation, including extensive training for a number of staff on how CIPs are developed and utilized. So it is underway, but the CIP will begin to be developed in earnest in July. Megan, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Think about it, it'll be a 5-year CIP, we will be coming back to the board and share CIP and talk about process and so.
A way to project for the future and measure your progress each year, adding a new year and investing in each year.
It'd be a rolling 5-year window of all capital projects above certain dollar thresholds within certain definitions that we'll go review, but yeah, so you can see when the projects are all gonna happen.
Okay.
And I can add as well that the intent is to develop the CIP in parallel with development of the next fiscal year's budget and work plan, so that they are fully integrated for when you see the draft budget and work plan proposal in June of 2027.
I think that'll be a good tool for the board as well as the staff. Another question I have is, you mentioned Monterey Road safety design project. What kind of things are you talking about? Are you talking about fencing or barriers or traffic controls or tunnels or?
Yeah, through the chair, that it could involve all of those things, and in terms of traffic control, road diet sort of considerations, especially concerning wildlife interactions with traffic. That's our biggest concern, but it could involve other streetscape sort of design elements. And if I might, I would ask Jennifer Peth, who is here with us tonight, to give a little bit more information. She's the project manager for that project.
Yeah, great. I think you covered it, Mark. Yeah, exactly. It would all be projects within the public right of way.
So we'd have to coordinate with the city, the county, whoever has jurisdiction that road.
Both city and county.
Okay.
And the county is a partner as well. Mark mentioned city DOT, who we're working closely with and who's also funding the project. But we're also additional partners include county roads, county parks, and Valley Transportation Authority.
Just to simplify things. I took a nice tour of the future hike-in backpacking overnight thing. Very exciting. What's the timeline on that actually opening?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm going to hand that one to Jennifer as well.
Yeah, Lucas, did you want to? Or sorry, Mark, that's okay.
Sure. Sure, yeah. So we're looking to begin our environmental review very soon here, and it'll come to your board later, probably in the winter. The environmental review and the findings for your approval of the project and the environmental review through CEQA. And then we're looking to begin construction as early as next summer, coordinating with Derek's team for the first phase.
And my last question, the word art jumped out at me since I'm an artist. Connecting people through art. I was surprised that's in long-range planning and not in the communications department. I was just wondering if you could give a little more detail on the concept behind that.
Once again, asking Lucas to respond to your good question.
Yeah, through the chair. So the idea originated as a way to activate our spaces, either existing or new, our preserves, by engaging people in the community in a new way. And so it would be, the initial idea was that it would be a capital project. So we would, maybe do an artist in residency or hire an artist, right? But this is all brainstorming. And as the project manager, Thea Young, began to reach out to other departments, including communications and education, saw the opportunity to broaden this. And so this really is, as Mark mentioned, a feasibility, and it could take a lot of different forms.
So we're talking about public art. Now I understand. If it's public art, then it would be a capital.
Precisely.
That sounds like a great idea. There's so much art around the world in public spaces that catch people's eye and stays in their memory for a long time. So that's good. I'm happy to hear that.
Thank you. I believe Director Mihai, you have any questions?
Yes, and I'm not sure if this is something that exists. As a new person, sort of a lot of my questions are just because I haven't been around long enough to know. Andrea has said a couple times, promises made, promises kept, and that really like makes me think about how we can make sure that we don't forget perhaps promises made in the past that at the time didn't make sense financially. Is there, as we're looking at the capital improvement plan for the future, and then in light of Measure D, is there a way, I'm just picking a number out of the air, is there a way to know what projects were either deferred or abandoned in the last 5 years? And if any of those projects are part of the proposed CIP, just to understand, just to know that if we did abandon something or it's deferred, that it's not put back further back in line because there's some new shiny object. So is there something that we can see before we see the CIP or with the CIP?
Yeah, so with the CIP, we were still finalizing what that's gonna look like, so this is good feedback to hear going into it. So there's a couple of ways to approach it. For one thing, one of the things that we're interested in the CIP doing is indicating which of the projects are some kind of commitment, whether that's a grant or some kind of legal agreement that we made in the past. So it's a bit of the promises that you were just referring to. So that will be, our idea is that that'll be really clearly shown. The other piece of your question there, it does include deferred maintenance, significant deferred maintenance. I don't know that we have a record of when we've made decisions to specifically not do something in the past, but it will be a way we can create that list and then make the choices to move it in.
Okay, and then is there a way to see if there are projects where we did make some kind of financial investment and then abandoned it? Just so that we can learn as a board how to think about these decisions so that we don't spend money and have nothing to show for it. And I don't know if there have been any projects that were given the green light and we paid money and then were abandoned. But if there are none, that would be fabulous.
Through the chair, my memory might be a little hazy, but I can't think of any projects we've abandoned. We certainly have deferred and slowed some because of the flow of funding. Or maybe we thought we were gonna get a grant and didn't. But we're required to do regular reporting, progress reporting on our voter approved measures. So we could look back through our records and see what projects we deferred or slowed down on and just make sure that they're in the CIP.
Great, thank you.
If I could add one more piece to that, and that is an important part of a project's lifetime is that initial scoping. So it's part of that feasibility and finding out what all the project is going to be. So I think it just, again, it's a good reason to spend time doing a good job at that scoping to make sure that we're making the choices early on, it doesn't fit somewhere later part of the project.
And Director Minhai can also provide, since you asked about projects deferred or abandoned, you know, sometimes there are factors out of our control that cause delays in projects. We've been working with the city of Morgan Hill on El Toro Preserve for many, many years, and negotiations with landowners, you know, a need for acquisition of properties for staging areas for the trail. Those kind of things are very opportunistic, and so sometimes they take a lot longer than we initially would hope.
Thank you. And Director Minhai, it sounds like you're asking the 5-year CIP to include this information.
Yes, or
Or
at
report
least
out some
for
of
the board to understand it as we look at the CIP. So it could be an attachment or an appendix or a separate document altogether. And again, because I haven't been around, it would be helpful for me to know, you know, what things might not be bright and shiny, but have to get done because we put them off too long.
Thank you. Director Chapman.
This is one of those things I get excited about because I used to do CIPs when I worked for the council member. So when PRNS would come forward. In my experience, we had two check-ins. We had a fall and a spring check-in. So one of it was like when the budget season was starting, you would develop the CIP. Here's kind of what we're gonna lay out. And then there would be a fall check-in to see what the progress was. Were there any adjustments? And I would think with the grant process, that might be a good tool for you, Megan, because you're gonna wanna see, did we get that grant? Are we online to get that grant? And that's gonna help that along. City of San Jose publishes documents where you can, it's kind of a separate document where you can go in and look at the CIP and you can look at the accounting. So you can it gives you a budget tool as well. So you can look at, this project is gonna cost $10,000, whatever. And then you can see the expenditures outlaid to that. And then you can see what years those expenditures are gonna come out from. So it's actually a really good transparency tool for the public because they can see, they can track your project. Because again, we've got the public's trust that we're gonna, move forward on these plans and these projects. This way, it's a tool for us to show them incrementally how we're making progress to get to those, to get those. So yes, I'm really excited that I'm wonky in that sense, but I did it for a long time and it's fun. I would also, and I think you answered this, in incorporating the maintenance and operations kind of as a side tool to, so you can see, is it a capital project that's not gonna have a lot of maintenance overhead, right? And then large equipment, or so those things fall, so you would attach that to it. So again, that's part of your overall project. City of San Jose started off just doing the capital that way, and then a couple of years ago, the council said, no, we wanted to see what the ongoing operations and maintenance costs are for those projects, so we can see, are there deferred maintenance costs, are there operations that are not, we're not approved by the council. Anyway, I think that's an exciting part, and I look forward to that.
Awesome. And through the chair, if I could just, comment on that quickly.
Yeah.
Our intention is absolutely to include ongoing operating costs for any new project so that you can see the full suite of what's going to be required. Whether we get all of that in this year as our first time rolling it out, we're not sure. We need to think through some of the logistics of that, but it's absolutely our intention that vision.
Yeah, that's great. So no, I look forward to as this process unfolds and checking in and then again, putting that out there in front of the public, because I think it's a really good tool.
Any other questions from board members? Great. I think we're ready to move on. Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mark and Madam Chair. Good evening, directors. Lee Rasher, Assistant General Manager. And it's my pleasure to share the Administrative and Field Operations Division priorities for fiscal year 26-27 with you tonight. The Administrative and Field Operations Division consists of imagine this, administrative operations, field operations, and natural resource departments. You'll see the three departments shown here on the functional org chart, along with the programmatic areas they primarily operate in, though you'll hear tonight through this presentation about some of the cross-departmental or cross-functional work they participate in as well. Next slide, please. The three departments total about 47 full-time, part-time, and seasonal staff, delivering critical services to the public and to the agency. Next slide, please. Good. Together, we take care of the land, visitors, habitats, critters, the talented people we are proud to call colleagues, and our finances. The work runs from the predictable and repeatable to the spectacular saves. And that might look like hosting a group hike, which means coordinating with a group through our easy permit process, setting aside parking spaces, greeting attendees, and directing them to the right place. Opening and closing about a dozen gates every day. Making sure folks get paid on time every time. Introducing a community member to nature in all its glory for the very first time. Scooping western pond turtles out of a pond that's about to be drained and placing it in a safe location while it's during restoration, or showing up at the ROV to count signatures on a citizen's initiative petition. And I am told we help make marriage proposals quite memorable. Next slide, please. All right, let's dive into field operations, which is led by Derek Newman. Field operations oversees daily operations, management and stewardship of the authority's lands and public access facilities. They are responsible for delivering an exceptional visitor experience 365 days a year, and houses the 5 program areas that you see here on the slide. Next slide, please. All right, work in those first 3 program areas includes trail and preserve maintenance, managing our grazing program, agriculture leases and invasive plants, site monitoring, resource and habitat enhancement, monitoring and maintaining capital structures, and careful stewardship and reporting for contract land management and mitigation. With just about 18,500 acres under management and more on the way, you can imagine there's never a dull moment out in the field. In fiscal year 26-27, this team will be focusing on several priorities: developing pilot wildfire fuel reduction projects at Rancho Cañada del Oro, Coyote Valley, and Mayan Oyakma Coyote Ridge open space preserves with a certified burn boss. Prescribed burns are a tool the authority has used in the past and is looking to hold several small burns in November to both help reduce the fuel load on our properties and train staff on new skills. The team will be partnering with CAL FIRE and other local land management agencies for this work. And Derek will be bringing more details about these projects to the Land Use and Stewardship Committee in July and to the full board in August. The team is breaking in the new excavator, as seen in the middle, purchased with grant funding, and is getting ready to start fuel break mastication and shaded fuel break work with it. Later this month, you see, if you could see closer, you'd see a very large smile on Dan's face as he's getting to know the equipment. We'll be engaging the San Jose Conservation Corps in this work as well. Staying with the theme of fuels management, they'll also be enhancing the water delivery systems at Tilton and Rancho for grazing and stewardship use to enhance our fuels management. Next slide, please. Our land management team supports our natural resources department in various field projects such as integrated pest management and our planning, design, and construction department. In the upcoming year, the team will continue assisting with, as you heard earlier, the regional trail planning at Rancho Cañada del Oro, with lead open space tech Stephen Woodson becoming quite the GIS champion to help map the probable trail routes. And if you get a chance to ask Stephen how many miles he and Derek walk to map those possible routes, it's a great conversation. The field team is also a full partner in gathering data from every preserve in support of the Atlas project that you also heard about earlier. Collecting, organizing, and storing data in a database accessible to cross-functional teams will help increase efficiency in many ways by allowing staff to better plan their work, track and assess the results, and modify future approaches for better effectiveness. The data and the authority atlas will also inform research as the agency develops specifications for an asset management system for future implementation. Data collected now will become part of the new system, which will facilitate monitoring, maintenance and repair needs, inventory of owned assets, and more. And part of my favorite part is it takes us off paper records, spreadsheets, and siloed information about agency assets. As a companion piece to building a strong operational foundation, the team is also developing and documenting time standards of routine work as a way to better forecast and plan their operations and train staff to expected standards. As the agency continues to mature and staff has expanded, it's critical that we continue to capture the vast knowledge of our seasoned staff members, document our best practices, and apply technology to aid our analysis and management of routine tasks. Unlike the Open Space Authority in its infancy, no one person can hold the important data of such a large operation. Good, I got a smile out of Derek on that one. Next slide, please. All right, the volunteer educational teams within the Field Operations Department are responsible for the creation and delivery of nature and science-based education experiences, as well as the recruitment and coordination of volunteers to augment field operations and programs across the agency. In our volunteers and educational programs, we did something a bit unusual this spring. While we wanted to maximize the number of community events we could attend and educational programs we could offer. So we brought in 2 part-time seasonal outreach aides to assist both Gavin and Mel during their peak seasons. For the volunteer team, in collaboration with the comms and CB camp teams, this meant they were able to participate in 5 community events in February, 7 in March, and when the seasonal staff was up to speed, 18 in April. Clearly an impact with having a couple more hands on deck. The work ahead of Gavin and Jeanette is to assess the results of the 25-26 outreach events and determine what went well, if we missed any opportunities, and what events are must-dos in the future. The team will be developing a long-range plan for community booth opportunities as well as growth potential. They also wanted to make sure that I told you they were also looking to expand our parade repertoire there in the middle picture. As well as our corporate stewardship volunteer program. They would like to look for expansion there as well. The volunteer program also supports our natural resources with volunteers from land stewardship projects and our field management team with trail master volunteers, as you see with OST2 Greg Roselli there in the first picture. It's just a shame people don't enjoy their work here. So many smiles. In our environmental education program, Mel has completed her first year now as education program administrator and has developed new programs, materials and trainings, redesigned the docent training program, and hired an education program coordinator after her own promotion. In February, Mel and Kat onboarded their seasonal crew and went from 11 programs delivered to 128 people to 35 programs delivered to 895 people in March as they deployed the team to assist with spring hikes. In the upcoming year, Mel and Kat will be developing a pilot school program. You heard mentioned a little earlier to deliver our environmental ed programs at schools and at OSA preserves, then developing a long-range plan for that school program and preserve educational opportunity. They will be enhancing educational offerings at Mayan Oyakma during the spring butterfly season. They'll also be creating volunteer preserve greeting teams to staff preserves during busy times, like during the weekends of most preserves, possibly Sierra Vista near closing time, and training these folks to offer information and on-the-fly interpretation. They'll also continue to support outreach for the CB camp education or planning. Next slide, please. All right, natural resources. The Natural Resources Department, led by Aaron Hebert, monitors, stewards, and restores the physical resources and biological communities that support our resilient habitats and working landscapes on authority lands. The department leverages nature as infrastructure to support resilient ecosystems, address climate change, and restore the functional processes such as flood attenuation and groundwater recharge. Next slide, please. With some of the projects you saw in fiscal year 25-26 winding down into monitoring mode, the natural resources team will be taking on new projects and continuing to make supporting CB camps restoration and wildlife connectivity their top priorities in fiscal year 26-27. So this includes taking on 2 stepping stone projects in Coyote Valley to learn more about how to scale up restoration and pilot funding through the Nature Investment Framework. These projects will advance water resources sustainability, biodiversity conservation, and climate resilience in Coyote Valley in partnership with public and corporate funders. The projects on the proposed work plan are restoring a wetland next to Laguna Seca and reopening portions of Tulare Meadows. You know the North Laguna Seca Enhancement Project is the place Rachel and team found the early 1900s underground tiles and where the 2 beaver dam analogs were placed. Now the project will focus on exploring options to modify the artificial dam that's currently separating North and South Laguna Seca. The Tulare Meadows Restoration Stepping Stone Project focuses on establishing native oak trees on the property and developing interim spaces for public education and interpretation of the in-progress restoration. In the upcoming fiscal year, the team will develop a strategy for 50 to 100 acres of Tulare Meadows, including fencing, water, and integrated pest management, and probably a lot of oak trees. Next slide, please. All right, we hope to hire a habitat program manager or specialist by the end of the month who will advance our wildfire resiliency work along with Derek's team and take on developing policy for our fuels management work. And next year, we'll also capitalize on a successful first year of feral pig management and continue into our second year of our outside consultant contract in order to protect our ecosystems, improve food safety, and reduce wildlife vehicle collisions. And the team will continue to execute our integrated pest management program, also in collaboration with the field operations team. Next slide. All right, our farm program vision is going to come to life, identifying the focus of the authority's work and collaborators, and ultimately publishing the agency's vision. Ana Bragalato has done outstanding work, meeting with stakeholders such as local farmers and partner agencies, as well as outside consultants to develop this architecture for future agricultural work. The farm program vision not only elevates the agency's agriculture work, but also shines a light on the needs of farmers. The plan will help prioritize the authority's actions for agricultural land preservation, sustainable regenerative farming practices, and partnership programs that implement the Santa Clara Valley Agricultural Program Plan. Additionally, Anna's work further supports advancing the ag component of the Coyote Valley Conservation Areas Master Plan. And not shown on this slide, they were absent for photo day in order to maintain compliance with state groundwater protection laws and valley water requirements. Will also be evaluating about 10 abandoned wells for decommissioning. Next slide, please. All right, Elizabeth Loretto heads our Administrative Operations Department. This department is responsible for the management and oversight of necessary operational services for the optimal functioning of the agency. The department takes a leadership role in achieving organization-wide operational efficiencies through cross-departmental collaboration and continuous improvement, ensuring stability and sustainability for the agency. In addition to administering the budget, serving 65+ staff's technology needs, preparing for and holding 33 board and committee members throughout the year, producing about a half dozen financial reports, fostering our culture, hiring and supporting staff, and assisting the public, the profoundly important and often unseen work that keeps the agency humming like a hummingbird in a field of wildfire. Not fires, flowers. It would have been funnier if I actually said flowers the first time. Next slide, please. All right, the overarching focus of the department next year is continuing to build up and reinforce our foundations, strengthening systems that support our work so we can remain compliant, efficient, and fiscally resilient for years to come. With the support of the FEMA grant, IT will implement cybersecurity upgrades, invest in the authority's technology systems and business continuity plans to best serve the agency's needs for continued growth and operational efficiency. By the way, I'm happy to share this exclusive photo taken by Elizabeth, who captured the elusive field laptop in its natural habitat. The authority has utilized Acumatica, an enterprise resource planning system, or ERP, for accounting for about 10 years now. And while it has tracked procurement, approvals, timekeeping, and project costs, there are still gaps in potentially integrating other accounting-related records. In addition to seeking an accounting system that will continue to do what Acumatica has been providing, the agency would like to consider alternate solutions that may integrate fixed asset depreciation, payroll integration with ADP, budget development, including possibly multi-year budgets, and CIP features or modules. A system that better supports our growing complexity and need for easily accessible data for users across the agency will help us leave behind spreadsheets, and those spreadsheets again, created by individuals, and help us make the leap into more sophisticated financial analysis and plan. This project's milestone for 26-27 is scoping out system requirements and desired integrations with a cross-functional team. And this project is going to require staff time for this scoping milestone. The team will be gearing up for a large project to tackle a collection of needed building infrastructure improvements and create a plan before these components become an emergency. Focusing on efficiency, power upgrades to accommodate a growing EV fleet, new HVAC equipment, a new roof, and exploration of solar. all of which will improve the environmental efficiency of OSA's daily operations. Milestones are research to scope future bid package, identify savings, programs, or grants that we can tap, and draft an RFP for architectural and engineering services to create plan and construction documents. This project also leans on staff time for the upcoming fiscal year, and there are no other expenditures. The team will focus on programmatic work to continue to strengthen our operational foundation, addressing policies and needs of updates, continued financial forecasting for maximum fiscal responsibility, identifying capacity, increasing processes and systems that we need to invest in as we scale our operations, and continuing to document processes and training. With the passage of Measure D, we now know that sometime in fiscal year 26-27 will result in an administration of tax revenue and or exemptions at some point. So as we anticipate receiving that revenue, staff is working with our consultant, SCI Engineering, who you heard mentioned earlier. So we are ready when that time comes. We'll have specific details on the mechanics of the exemptions, how we're making that information available to the public, and the needed board action to collect the revenue when the certified election results come to your board. So not this evening when that comes your way. And in the meantime, should you get asked a question about exemptions, please feel free to direct them to our website. We can provide you a link where folks can sign up for information as it becomes available. And last but not least, our clerk of the board, Caroline, will serve as the agency's elections official for the November director elections, which you'll hear a little bit about in a moment, but this will be a first time she'll serve as elections official for the November election. And I think this is a great place to pause and invite Elizabeth, Derek, and Aaron to answer any questions that you may have about their projects.
Looking for Director Chapman.
It's an easy question. It goes back to the parade. Oriented parades. But I just want to put on your radar that my neighborhood has this tiny little parade. It's called the Rose, White, and Blue Parade. It's been going on for the last 20 years.
Okay.
Just something you might, if you're interested in, might get your name out in front of a few 100,000 people. It's a lot of fun. I participate every year. It's really a lot.
Any other questions from my fellow board members? Director Matthews.
I don't have questions so much, but it's overwhelming how much we do. It really is. And I can see there's a lot of cooperation between the capital side of the house. And several times you mentioned monitoring and supporting and collaborating with, because the two sides have to work together. So it's a tremendous decision-making position that you're in to, what to participate in and how to use your resources wisely. Actually, what jumped out at me is the word critter. So you're kind of responsible for people and critters and spreadsheets.
It's a great job, I just have to say. You don't get those combinations anywhere.
You mentioned at some point that one of your programs, I can't remember exactly, went from 11 programs to 35. What were those programs again? What were the nature? Was that all educational?
Yeah, I think those were the education programs. So
Okay.
delivering educational programs out on the properties.
Okay, and that from the beginning of our existence, or in what period of time did it go from?
Sorry, those were just the first few months of the year. So we had statistics for, I think that was February and March. I'm just scrolling back into my notes to get the right dates for you. Here we go. So in February, the group, the educational program delivered 11 programs in February, which delivered to 128 people. And then in March, they delivered 35 programs, so 35 events to 895.
Okay. I see. I think I know what it is, but what is a fuel break mastication? I think I could figure it out, but
It is there's a head attachment that goes on the excavator, a standard excavator that normally has a bucket. Instead, this is basically about 4 feet wide and it has a bunch of flail mower attachment blades on it. So the excavator will go up to the chaparral, even small trees, softwood trees, and basically chew it down and basically chip all of the material. So instead of having to cut it with saws, pull it onto the road and then put it into an actual chipper, the excavator does all the work.
And it just leaves it there as.
It just leaves it there, and it also helps the habitat simply because it's covering the ground with a bunch of fine material. It's preventing erosion, while it's also providing a fuel break that's wide enough to be able to defend off of for CAL FIRE or other responding firing entities.
I think I want one for my yard.
They're nice. They're nice.
Are you saying it's in place of like a controlled burn, this could be used?
It's a
Cut down
tool.
the,
It's a tool to basically provide defensible spaces. So a controlled burn will generally be a lot larger area than what a masticator will be able to get to. Think about a masticator, excavator traveling along a ridge top. It can only reach so far off of the ridge. So it is one of many tools that we use. Conservation grazing is another tool that we use. The prescribed birds will be another. Mowing and other types of mechanical manipulation will be another type of tool that we use. So depending on the habitat type, size of the area that we want to provide protection for, we'll use different tools. The mastication is just one in an arsenal that we have.
where do we keep all our tools? I mean, they're not all here, right?
They are currently over at Tilton in the Tilton
Okay.
Ranch Complex, where we have several barns and other structures to be able to store them all at.
And Sierra Vista, I think I asked this question.
Sierra Vista has the one little tiny barn that we have some tools in, but most of our larger pieces of equipment are over at Tilton, and the team will go out there, pick it up, and then transport
We
it
have
out
to
to site.
transport it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions too. One is, I just wanted to make sure I was making the correct connection. So the new software is going to be critical for Megan to do the 5-year CIP.
And you're asking about the accounting software?
Yeah.
Well, that's what we want to investigate is can we find, and I'm sorry, actually, Elizabeth, this is your question.
Oh, sorry.
All good. Yes, the goal for this year's milestone is really to investigate all of the ways that it can help us understand our financial picture. We wanna, if it can incorporate with the CIP, it's not gonna prohibit the work we're doing in bringing forward a CIP now. But as we continue to scale and grow, we want to have tools like a CIP that are embedded into the same system as where we're actually recording and transacting. That's also the system where our budgeting is happening instead of just seeing as immense amount of spreadsheet work that happens currently, where we can potentially maybe do a financial forecast, where project managers can track project budget. Like that's the goal. And it's an opportune time in this to really have this evaluation because we are starting to deploy these additional tools so we can figure out how to integrate them all together, as well as with a new funding source, we're gonna have to put in a lot of work to add the various codings and accounts and geo lines related to that funding source. So if in an ideal world, would be able to do that all in a new system. And it'll grow with us.
Your budget
Yes.
overwhelms me, Justina. Because it's so complicated, that, yeah, I can see why you would be.
Yeah, but so this year's milestone, as Lee mentioned, it is all staff time only, because it really is just about that cross-department, cross-program collaboration to figure out what are the features that we want to be most ranking most highly so that we can really seek those through an RFP process down the road. And we are coming up on 10 years with Acumatica, our current system. Not to say it's expired by any means because of that milestone, but it is just one of those, like, you just want to make sure you're always looking out for ways to be doing it more efficiently or things like that.
Thank you. And then, the nature investment framework, I think I heard it mentioned from both Lee and from Mark. And so I'm actually wondering, where it resides, or if it resides in both.
Well, I can start and then I'll hand it over to Megan. So thank you for the question, Madam Chair. The nature investment framework is being led by our general manager as well as Megan, our manager of conservation and strategic partnerships. I got it right. Yes. Um, and you know, with assistance from consultants. So that's on the, you know, sort of framework development side. The funding that would be brought in through the nature investment from corporations would go to natural resource restoration projects primarily, as well as land stewardship. And so that's why there's the crossover between the two divisions.
And right now, as we create the framework, there's no certainty about money that's coming in, but it is being created to bring funds into the organization.
That's right. We're building the plumbing system so that the water can flow in the future. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And then finally, you mentioned the hire for the habitat resources. What, because it sounds like it's a new job. Who's been doing the work up until now, and why is there a need to hire?
Absolutely, and I'll turn that over to Aaron to answer your question.
Yeah, great question. So I'll say, maybe this touches a little bit back at some of the board's sort of general questions about project delivery and development. This position is really needed to, you know, finalize our fuels management plan and to help deliver wildfire resiliency projects on the ground. I think we all know why it's important to scale that work up. Derek and his team, we've been doing it a little bit, but the kind of missing piece is really the project management capacity. There's all sorts of process stuff you have to do to get the masticator out on the trail, right? Permits, plans, CEQA, and then, you know, engaging neighbors in this work and just having a point person. So this position's been on the books for a couple of years actually, but you know, we unfortunately struck out hiring last fall or whatever it was. So, you know, yeah, this position is not new per se. It's been on the budget for a while, but for various reasons, we haven't been able to pull the trigger on actually hiring it. So leading that wildfire resiliency work is really the basis for it.
Because I saw the picture of the pig and I went, wait a second, thought we had the pigs under control. So it's fuel management. Thank you.
Yeah, we got a pig guy. I will say, yeah, the program that they lead up, the sort of habitat stewardship program, there's a lot under that umbrella. I mean, their main day-to-day work is going to be that wildfire work, but under that umbrella is really anything we're doing on the land in a kind of annual cycle. So, you know, conservation, grazing, invasive pig management, IPM work. There's just a lot of stuff, and they're, you know, kind of thought partner and project manager for field operations too. You know, our two departments kind of hand in glove with this stuff. So, you know, delivering what we need to do on the land at scale year after year takes some experienced folks to do that.
And as we all know from Mr. D fire, is an issue. Okay, so and that's what the main focus of that job. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, we were just gonna suggest maybe we just stretch our legs, take just a few minute break, and then we'll come back and talk numbers.
That works. Thank you. Take a break. Be back at
8:25.
8:25. Thank you. Gordon. Oh. Right, so I'm looking quiet.
Okay.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. At 8:28. And thank you very much, Mr. Bray.
Okay,
Justina.
thank you. Welcome back. For the record, Justina Teen, Fiscal Services Officer, and we are presenting the budget and annual work plan for fiscal year 26-27. We have just heard from our Assistant General Managers about the projects and programmatic work that staff will be undertaking this upcoming fiscal year. And now we will review the proposed budget needed to support and fund this work. But before I dive into the numbers, I'll actually hand it back to Lee Rauscher, Assistant General Manager, to provide an overview of the approach that we took this year in developing the budget.
Thank you, Justina. So again, just for the record, Lee Rauscher, Assistant General Manager. I thought before we dove into the numbers, we could talk just a moment about why do we even do a budget? A budget is a plan for allocating scarce resources to deliver services and or programs. A budget fulfills three major purposes. All local public bodies, including special districts, are required to prepare and submit an annual budget to the state's Department of Finance and Administration or its equivalent agency. A budget also sets an approved framework for how the district will receive and spend income during the fiscal year. And adopting the budget in an open public meeting and making it available for review demonstrates transparency and builds public trust. So how did staff go about creating the fiscal year 26-27 budget? The budget process actually started last September with you all, with staff listening closely to the board's priorities, questions, concerns, and insights. Staff discussed in several forums how the agency could best deliver on the board's input and considered both their day-to-day programmatic and longer-term project work to fulfill these requests. In parallel, a citizen-led funding initiative was created and placed on the June 2026 ballot. But because we could not have predicted the outcome of that election, staff drafted a conservative, fiscally responsible budget that does not include any new revenue sources. But it does include secured external funding for which we have signed agreements. And even though we know the June election results now, we had to post our draft budget 30 days ahead of today's public hearing. So adopting a budget tonight also gives staff direction and certainty for the upcoming fiscal year that begins in just a few weeks. As you heard from Andrea earlier, we kept the budget for typical operating expenses paid for with authority fund flat compared to fiscal year 25-26 or this current fiscal year. You'll see that we continue to effectively leverage our OSA dollars with outside funding, grants from partners, foundations, state and federal sources. And Megan's going to talk to where that funding is coming from and what it's projected to be in the new year. Elizabeth will talk you through the staffing related expenses, such as salaries, benefits, and a proposed cost of living adjustment. And Justina, who always gives the budget the heaviest lift and to whom we are incredibly grateful, even asking her to add a new slide 15 minutes or so before a presentation. She's always so gracious and accommodating. She's going to walk you through a budget summary, the funds that comprise our revenue sources, carryover balances, which are our savings accounts, built from unspent revenue from prior years, projected expenses, the impact to carryover should this budget be approved as submitted, and also a short overview of the financial mechanics of the urban grant program. Lastly, I'll wrap up the presentation with a brief look ahead and next steps, and I think we're ready to jump in.
Thank you, Lee, for grounding us with that overview. So as the board just heard, with the initiative's outcome not yet certified, we aim to keep the budget flat. And so with that conservative approach, for fiscal year 26-27, the proposed budget for our normal, usual course of activities, delivering the projects in the program, using our own funds is approximately 17.59 million, which is actually about $45,000 less than what we proposed last year for fiscal year 25-26. We continue to leverage outside funding for acquisitions and capital projects. And in the next fiscal year, we anticipate spending approximately 1.9 million to meet these project deliverables. Please note that this amount, the 1.9, is only reflects what we anticipate to spend. What it does not mean is that it does not include the entire grant award amount. It does not include any unsecured grants, such as grants that we'd applied for, or may be eligible for, but not yet in the grant agreement. As well as it does not include any secured grants for acquisitions that go straight directly into escrow, or it doesn't pass through our hands and go to our bank accounts. And actually, Megan Dreger, as mentioned by Lee, will discuss more about the outside funding in a bit, about 2 slides down. And then for this upcoming fiscal year, what we also have are director elections, and we've budgeted approximately 1 million for that. This expense reoccurs every even year, and in November, we will have 4 seats up for renewal, and the budget here assumes costs for up to 3 contested seats, so 3 of the 4. And then for 26-27, we also expect to receive the invoice from the Register of Voters for the election costs related to the Citizens Initiative. And the estimate provided to us from November 2025 was that it would be approximately $3 million. These are non-discretionary expenses that the agency is responsible to pay, but they are not directly tied to our projects and our work that we execute. So staff will return to the board with an update on the actual costs. Again, these are estimates provided to us by the Register of Voters. And with that, the sum of the operating and capital projects expenses funded by our own money, funded by outside funding, as well as the 2 non-discretionary costs related to the election, director and measure, it comes out to a total budget of about a little under 24 million, 23.9.
Excuse me, Justina, just for the board's understanding, could you just give them a ballpark when we don't have contested elections for directors? What have we typically been seeing?
Usually for each seat, it runs in the thousands. And so that is more of the kind of filing appointment fee.
Okay, and then we've also seen, sometimes we've seen something as high as 400,000.
Yes.
But we've had maybe one contested seat, right?
Yes.
So
400,000.
this is a very conservative kind of worst case
Yes.
if we had 3 of the 4 seats are challenged.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. So just
Can
a
I
quick.
just ask a question?
Yes, of course.
So does that estimate, is that under other services and expenses? Is that where that lives?
That was too long. For the director election costs and measure ballot costs?
Yes.
Yes, it is sitting inside the major expense category of other services and expenses. So just a quick overview of our funds to provide the board a sense of where the money is coming from to fund the budget. So District 1 is a benefit assessment that the board approves to levy each fiscal year. We did so earlier this evening. It brings in approximately 4.2 million, and it's typically used to fund expenses like salaries, operating costs, election costs, mitigation services, capital purchases, and acquisitions. Measure T is the successor to Measure Q. This is a parcel tax that brings in approximately 8 million per fiscal year, and it can pay for expenditures outlined in the expenditure plan, namely in 4 categories: land protection, water resources, stewardship and environmental education, and the urban grant program itself. And then we also have a reserve funds It is an unrestricted reserve fund that was created following the resolution of a lawsuit over District 2. In 2013, the board had approved the reserve fund policy, which committed 14 million into an operational reserve as a rainy day fund to fund operating costs. And then the remaining balance at the time was then considered the capital reserve fund.
So, can I have?
Mm-hmm.
So how
Dr.
much?
Gill, can you check on your mic, please?
Oh. Can you tell me the total of reserve fund, how much is that at this point?
Yes, that one, I have the balances in the next slide. Would that be possible to, okay. And then in 2017, the board also updated the reserve policy to create an additional component of the within the reserve fund, setting it aside $300,000 for a conservation stewardship and legal defense fund for conservation easements, as per a guideline set by the Land Trust Alliance. And then the last fund that we manage is a restricted fund of grants received upfront. This is money that are received for specific projects as per the grant agreement. And so they have strict guidelines on what type of expenses it could fund and spend on, and are tied directly with the project itself. And then with that, we manage and track those 5 in our financial statements. And then any unspent fund from previous fiscal years sort of accumulated into this balance we term as carryover. And so the proposed budget would recommend withdrawing some of these funds from carryover to use in the upcoming fiscal year to move forward some capital projects and natural resource habitat restorations. But not 100% of the carryover can be used in the fiscal year, because we have commitments set aside either by board policy or the urban grant program, for example. So I'm going to review through each fund just to provide the board a sense of how much is actually available to withdraw in the fiscal year. So
Let me
yes.
Justina, you made a really important intellectual leap that I want to just address. In our budget, different funding sources contribute to the whole, to the entirety. And some of the funds have some restrictions of how much you can use. So Justina does an amazing balancing act to look at how much of each of those funds in the left-hand column can be used to fund our budget. When she says carryover, before she got to that point, so at the end of a fiscal year, if we have unspent funds in any of those fund categories, which together totaled our spending, our budget, those unspent funds in each of those funds, which we call carryover, which is just really unspent money in each of the funds, is then available to apply to the next year's budget. And so that's the work that we have to do, the sausage making, to figure out how much unspent money in each of those funds would then be applied to the following year's projects.
In the same category.
Yeah,
In their
Yes.
same category.
Yeah.
In their same categories.
yeah, so an apple fund can't fund an orange project in the, following year. Thanks, Justina.
Thank you. Okay, so starting with District 1. So these are projected, so we have for sure June 30th, 2025, per our audited financials, District 1's ending balance is 8.9 million. If we were to fully spend the approved budget of 25-26, our projected ending balance, because June 30th has not come yet, it is expected that the projected balance is 6.9. Now, within District 1, we have a 20% funding program. We have allocated approximately 2 million to that. Therefore, that is a committed amount for the grant program. What's available for the agency to use for our own projects is approximately 4.9 million, and that is for District 1.
Good question.
Yes,
This is where I have to get wrap my head around it. So if there's no 20% fund used in that fiscal year, does that carry over as well?
it carries over, yes, but not back to for us to use. It carries over continuously for the grant program.
Okay.
Yes,
It stays within District 1.
yes, it stays within District 1. We do not commingle any of our funds.
So mean, so mean is that we have a different bucket there for 20%. We always just put 20% there. And then next year, if they don't use, then whatever the 20%, we again put on that bucket also. It means they are accumulating that.
There's actually a very there is a formula to calculating the allocation to put into the 20% program. And it's outlined in our 5-year plan. For the past several years, we have not contributed and allocated funds into the 20% funding program based on the calculation, the formula calculation.
Why that is so is that when this agency was started, and Bill Parkin might be a good person to explain this, under District 1, there was what they called a 20% program, which basically meant at the end of a fiscal year, whatever monies the agency had spent on land acquisition and capital projects, let's say it was $10 million. 20% of that will be distributed by formula to our 5 cities based on population, San Jose getting the most. Over time, with a fixed amount of revenue coming in, $12 million, and the agency's costs going up, there's less and less acquisitions and capital expenditures happening with that District 1 money. So that 2,023,000 that Justina has there becomes more like a savings account that's earning some interest until such time as those 5 cities come to want to claim that money. That's one of the reasons we knew that back in 2013, that was going to be the future of that fund, because there just isn't enough money to keep generating more for acquisition and capital projects. That was one of the main reasons why Measure Q and its successor, Measure T, had an urban grants program, because we felt very strongly we wanted to continue those urban investments, but we knew that fund wasn't going to last indefinitely.
The Measure Q is going to continue to draw down until it's done.
Well, is there anything left to Measure Q?
Yes,
Q.
yes,
Yeah, there's some.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, can I get clarification too? Sorry. So we get District 1 money every year. And if we use District 1 funds for land acquisition or capital projects throughout the whole life of District 1, 20% is going to go into that fund for cities.
And it's done on a year by year basis, retroactively.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is that District 1 is never going to stop contributing to the 20% fund. When they're used for acquisitions or capital projects.
Well, I mean, maybe the way to look at it is as long as the agency is able to use District 1 funds to acquire land or do capital projects, then it will generate almost like a dividend that goes to the 20%.
Okay.
Or we use District 1 and we've needed to for operations and stewardship, there's less and less money for acquisition and capital projects. Therefore, the dividend going into the 20% fund is less and less. So that 2 million and change is what we've got. We don't see that growing a whole lot. We can talk with the board in a workshop or something if there's a way to, and Bill, I don't even know if this is possible, where you could put funds into 20% from another source, or does it have to be generated from District 1?
It has to be generated from District 1. It's part of the program for distributing benefit throughout the jurisdiction. But I'm happy, there's a complicated subject, and I'm happy to talk with any of you offline about how this works and the complications associated with it.
And then, oh, sorry, and there is no prescribed amount from Measure T that goes into the urban grant program.
There's a maximum, not a minimum.
Okay. Thank you.
Justina,
Mhm.
are you,
Let's get-
okay, go ahead.
Director Matthews.
Yeah, Measure, when you talk about going to the cities, are you from the District 1 funds? Are you talking about the urban grant program or just money to the cities?
The 20% fund was almost like an early urban grants program. It was the first way to invest back in the cities. And was called 20% because 20% of the funds generated this dividend to the cities. And it's not just as of right the cities spend, the cities bring forward projects to your board that first go to the CAC, then come to your board for approval. So like the Three Creeks Trail in San Jose was a 20% project.
But that's not the urban grant program.
No,
Okay. The next question is, you said as we have needed to spend more of the 20% or more of District 1 funds on administration, there's been less money for money to the cities. Is that entirely our decision? We,
Yes,
the cities object if we've said, sorry, there's no money this year because we need it for administration.
this is, I will tell you, we could spend the next 2 hours talking about this. Again, I'm willing to fill in the blanks with you offline. But bottom line is, you know, it's a benefit assessment district, and part of the way we spread benefit throughout the jurisdiction, because it's not a special tax, is that we have this 20% funding program that helps us do that. I don't know if staff could tell you, we used to have a map with oak trees on it, which told us where all the 20% funding projects were and was distributed throughout the jurisdiction.
we still have a map of that, and now we combine it with the urban grants, so it's a GIS layer that shows multiple orange dots throughout all the cities where urban investments have been made.
I'll do more homework on it.
Director Matthews, please, let's have a conversation about it, because I can really spend some time with you and explain.
Justina has just simple question. Do you have that formula? Or you can calculate 20%? You said you have a formula.
Yes, off the top of my head,
No, not right
Or-
now, but
okay.
do you have? that
yes,
formula?
it's in the 5-year plan.
Can you email to us?
Yes, of course,
Okay, so
yes.
then in that way, it's much easier to understand how we can calculate 20% funding. If only just-
Through the chair, I'm not so sure it's important for the board to calculate on its own 20% funding. Because the work in a sense is done for us. When we finish a fiscal year, we look at the District 1 expenditures, so Justina's got up there 8.9 million. Then we say, how much of the 8.9 million was spent on acquisitions or capital infrastructure? Then you would take 20% of that and distribute it to the 5 cities. The top population gets the most, then so on down the line. But if we didn't spend any of District 1 on acquisitions or capital, there would be 0 to allocate in that fiscal year. So basically what we've seen over the last 8-10 years is very little new money going into 20%. But just that number that we do have is growing with interest. And now the cities are starting to come to us to tap into that. Like you will soon be we don't have Monica here, but or Jackie here, but we will soon be getting an application or a request from the city of San Jose for an 20% urban grant park project that will come to your board.
I understand the point you're talking about. My question is not that. My question right now, this last year, we spent on capital and improvement like $1 million. No matter what, that $1 million is a 20% for all the 5 cities, right?
No, Justina, you wanna, I'll let you continue.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the thing is, again, we don't commingle our funds. If we're talking about the current fiscal year 25-26, if we were investing $1 million in capital projects, it could be that it was funded in Measure Q and Measure T.
I'm talking about only District 1. I'm not talking about any other TQ. If we just fund from District 1, so because the 20% is only eligible for the city from District 1, not the others, right? That's why I'm talking about District 1 only, not the other.
Dr. Gill, so the track record, and we can go back and tell you what it's been like, the trajectory has been going down. Again, when you put all those funds together, 12 million a year, and especially 4 million a year from District 1, increasingly you need that for operations of the agency, because those can't come from outside grants. It has to come from local tax revenue. So as time goes on, you are virtually using none of District 1 for acquisitions or capital investment. Therefore, there's no dividend through 20% to distribute. So we can tell you like what the trajectory is or has been. But that's why we knew that was happening, and this board knew that was happening back in 2013, 2014. That's why we structured Measure Q to have an urban grant program, so we could continue to have funding sources going to the cities.
Bill, I would like to schedule time with you.
Sure,
Okay.
happy to.
Director Ming Hyde?
So when the cities apply for the urban grant program and they receive funding of $200,000, that does not count against the 20%. So it's just a way for them to get some money earlier or get some money periodically. But they still will, they will still get their share of what's in the 20%. It's not like a prepayment on the others.
They have nothing to do with each other.
They're separate.
They're
Okay,
totally
so
separate.
the cities are, when we do the urban grant program, the small or the large urban grant program, they still are able to get some of their projects funded.
Yes, through the chair, that's right, and the funds are completely separate, as Justine was saying, they're not commingled. The two grant programs have different rules too, and so they fund different things, they do different kind of work. Getting an award from the urban grant program does not affect the 20% balance. That being said, and we can come back and share more details, most of the cities in our jurisdiction, their balance is not very big. Most of that is the city of San Jose, and a little bit of the county. So those are the applications that were likely to the city in particular, late summer, early fall.
Any other questions about the urban or the grant programs?
Okay, next fund, Measure T. I was like, I'll try to move a little faster. But in a similar fashion, we've got our audited financial ending balance, what we projected as our ending balance for June 30th, 2026. In Measure T, that committed balance is the urban grant program income. So that is the allocations that has been accumulating from the board's annual budget approvals. And so we've been building up that piggy bank to award out. So that's money that we have to set aside and we don't tap into that for our own projects, because we gotta make sure we leave that for the urban grant program. So therefore, the projected available carryover balance for Measure T is approximately $12 million.
A question
Yes.
on that. So if we are anticipating changing the amount allocated to the urban grant program yearly, it would be drawn out of this.
Not drawn out from the 1.7. What happens is we're basically taking one pot, the 12 million. You're directing staff to put more into the pot. That committed balance would go up, the available carryover balance would go down.
Great, thank you.
Mhm. So then in similar fashion, Measure Q. Measure Q has an ending balance of about a little under 10.4. The projected balance, because there's no incoming, it is drawing down. And so there is approximately 8.2. There is still a committed balance, there's still a balance from some of our grantees, because they span multiple years from what has been awarded. So that's approximately 1.2. So we do have a projected available carryover balance for Measure Q at about 7 million. And then as for the reserve, ready for this one? So some background on the reserve. Let me kind of get my notes from there. As I mentioned earlier, as I was going through the background, it was the result of a settlement from District 2. It started with approximately the 20-something million. We've since used it, for example, acquisitions, capital improvement projects prior to MT, Measure Q, Measure T. So for this building, tenant improvements, the resulting ending balance is approximately 17.5 million. There are 3 designations inside that reserve fund. It consists of the operational reserve, in which the board, through board policy, you've set aside 14 million as a rainy day for operating expenses. Through the policy itself, another designation is $300,000 for conservation stewardship and legal defense of conservation easements. And that amount was per guidelines of Land Trust Alliance. So that red amount of 14.3 million, those are the two of the 3 designations within the reserve fund. The remaining balance, whatever's accruing interest, accruing our investment income, minus the committed that's set aside, is the available carryover that we dub the capital reserve and use for acquisitions and large capital improvement project purchases.
Justina, could I clarify one thing? Please correct me if I'm wrong on this. One distinction that makes the reserve different from some of those other funds is under the committed column. Justina is basically saying those red numbers there, we've already committed to some other purpose, like Measure T, those are committed to urban grants we've awarded out. You can't touch that. That money belongs to the grantees. But the reserve that this board set aside after the lawsuits with the rainy day fund, that is unrestricted money. We wanted to keep it for a rainy day fund. And I'm not suggesting the board go spend it all on something tomorrow, but that is not restricted to a particular commitment like an urban grant projects. So, but when you take away the 3.3, where did you get that from, Justina? The available carryover for the reserve?
That would be the projected ending balance of 17.6 minus the 14.3.
Okay, so the reserve now has more in it than when the board first set it aside. So if you looked at the original set aside and that best practices $300,000 that we were required to put aside for a legal defense of our easements, you could say the 300,000 is more restricted, but the 14 is not. But for argument's sake, if you say, hey, we probably shouldn't spend that 14.3 million. The surplus is 3.3. So it's a slightly different animal than the other ones that you were just looking at. Did I say anything wrong there?
I think if anything, the best way I could summarize the takeaway is actually at the board's discretion, what's really available for the board to spend is a 17.6. But what happens is currently, the current policy stands, the 14 million is set aside and the 300,000 is set aside. The board can actually redesignate that entire 17.6. It's just at this moment in time. The board policy as it stands is 14.3 is designated and set aside. It is not available for next year because of today's policy. Does that?
If, let me ask.
But the one thing that I've been interested in about the reserve of the $14 million is that was created
2013, I believe.
2013. And the reason why it was $14 million is that it was 2 years worth of salaries for a rainy day fund. The salaries that we currently use on an annual basis, it's like $10 million a year, salaries and benefits. So if we were going to continue with the same thought, which would be 2 years salary and benefits for a rainy day fund, that reserve would need to increase to $20 million, roughly.
Chair,
It's the same principle of
that's the board's prerogative, and that's some stuff we could talk about in future financial planning.
But that is that if we were using the same modeling.
Yeah, that was what it cost. 2 years of salaries and benefits and operating for the agency was a lot less 13 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. So today, as Justina said, you've got 17.653 ballpark $1 million of unrestricted funds that are there for the purposes of a rainy day fund, set aside by policy for the board for a rainy day fund. And we knew full well when we did that at the time that a future board could come and decide to do something different with that money. That wouldn't necessarily be responsible without other funding sources coming in. But that's something that this board or a future board could take a look at.
Okay, that sounds like something we should discuss in the future. Thank you.
Of course.
Dr. Gill.
He already described it. That's what I'm saying. So that 14.3 millions, if the board need to be just revisit that and then we have to be change the policies and procedure, we can do that. That means unrestricted. So she already gave the answer, but thank you very much.
Sure. And then finally, the last fund about the grants that are received up front. Any of the grants received in advance or for restricted use. And so it kind of shows up as a 0 for available because it is only for, not that it's not available, it's not available for like randomly a project. It has its own restriction and for which project it could be used for. Does that help kind of clarify the carryover balances? Anything else I could elaborate on regarding carryover? Okay. So then besides our revenue, 12 million, we've got our carryover, but we also leverage outside funding. And then so I'm actually going to pass it over to Megan Dreger, our Conservation and Strategic Partnership Manager, to provide more information about the grants.
Directors, I'm going to talk about a couple of different numbers up on the screen here. 1.9 million on the left, as you've heard, is the amount of secured grant funding that's in the budget before you tonight, and I'll talk about that in more detail. I'll also mention there's another on top of that, a $33.5 million additional that we're expecting this year, but for various reasons, it's not specifically in the budget, and I'll talk about why. Next slide. So for that 1.9 that is in the budget,
This is the breakdown of the projects and how much they're gonna spend of grant. These are again, secured grant sources. And the source of the funding there on the far right. This is the amount the project managers expect to spend during just this fiscal year. In almost all cases, the grant is bigger than what the dollar amount is listed here. This is just the amount they're spending in 1 year. Most of these grants are 2, 3, 4-year grants, so it takes us a few years to send them down. But again, this is all grant funding that is secured. We're under grant agreement. We can expect or request reimbursement at any time as we go. Any questions about that? Next slide. The other slide, which is very exciting, this additional money, 33.5 million that we're anticipating during this fiscal year. Again, this is not in the budget that's before you for a couple of reasons. The list at the top there is some of it that is secured. So it is under grant agreement. We can spend the money, but it is for an acquisition. And as Justina mentioned earlier, the tricky thing with acquisition grants is they don't come to us directly. They literally do not send us a check or a wire or anything like that to us as an agency. The money goes directly into escrow. So it never hits our bank account at all. So for that reason, accounting does not include that as part of our budgeting process. But that first one, again, it is secured. We're expecting to close on that agricultural easement down by Gilroy, expecting to close this year. We have $14.8 million secured through that a grant program from Department of Conservation. Down below is the remainder, and these are things that it's a little different. These are things that are not yet secured. So we do not put things in the budget that are not, again, completely under grant agreement and ready to be spent. And these are things that they have not reached that level yet. We have a little bit of money that is from the county with an MOU with the county that is specifically for agricultural land protection. We expect to use some of that this year for that same property, and just on Gilroy. The second two, the Coyote Valley acquisitions, which you will recall, the board approved the purchase and sale agreement at our last board meeting for that mid Coyote Valley property. This is now what we just submitted this grant application for 14.5 million, and it'll be the first time we're tapping into the Prop 4 money that Coastal Conservancy manages on behalf of the Coyote Valley Conservation Program. So that is back in the bond. There was $25 million written in specifically for the Coyote Valley Conservation Program, and we as an agency administer that program. So Coastal Conservancy is managing that funding, and this will be our first time tapping into it to use it for Coyote Valley. So that's the Coyote Valley acquisitions. As I mentioned, we just submitted the application. We're going through some technical review right now, and we're anticipating that at the Coastal Conservancy's September board meeting, they will hear that, and then move forward with the transaction in the next fiscal year by June 2027. The other one is similar, where it's also that Coyote Valley Conservation Program, Prop 4 money, the special Prop 4 money. We anticipate that we're going to be applying for more money for some CD camp work. We're still finalizing exactly what we want to ask for. There are some complicated decisions that we have to get through to figure out which projects we want to use that money for. And so that's why it's there as a placeholder. We anticipate that if we apply, we would be awarded the funding, but it is not secured, and so it is not in the budget. Any questions about that in particular?
Megan, can you just maybe explain the difference between the Prop 4 dedicated money to Coyote Valley versus some other grant we might apply for and we might not get?
Yeah, thank you. So typically Prop 4 or any other funding, when there's a grant program, it is a competitive program. We are one of many people who apply for it, and they review it against the criteria, and hopefully we're selected against, as it's discretionary. This is different because it's not really competitive in the same way, because by statute, the Open Space Authority administers the Coyote Valley Conservation Program, and that money is for the Coyote Valley Conservation Program. So it's a little bit different. There's nothing stating it that that's how that works, but mechanically, it's essentially, we are very much involved in deciding for that. One of your pieces.
If I can just add, the trick to it is that the legislature has to annually allocate funds to the Prop 4 distribution, and that includes to the Coyote Valley Conservation Program. So even though, as Megan mentioned, that program is not competitive, we do depend on the legislature and the governor's approval of those annual appropriations of funding to that Prop 4 bucket.
Absolutely, although that's only a question of timing, not a question of the award of the funds. But yes, of course, if it's not allocated, it could put it out a year.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to Director Chapman. She's got a question.
This is more a question about communicating to the average voter that looks at, okay, I saw Prop 4 in the ballot, $25 million is gonna go towards Coyote Valley. They're thinking, okay, our agency's gonna get $25 million, right? I'm just being very simplistic. And then we, the salt grant, oh yay, we, had a promo, that, oh, we're gonna get, almost $15 million for that. So they're probably seeing this, and it occurred to me that, oh, you're flush with cash because you're gonna get this grant and you're gonna get this money. They're not seeing how we actually administer them and the fact that they aren't anywhere in our budget for them to see how the money is being spent. So how do we communicate that we are paying for things with money that's not really in a document that they can look at? Does that make sense?
It definitely makes sense. I appreciate the question. Yeah, there's something that I think we started talking about more and more, certainly recently, but making sure that that's clear because it is complicated. And there are lots of different funding sources, and each one having its own restrictions, whether it's a specific project or the funds we were talking about a moment ago. So it's sort of on our list to continue working on ways to put that out to make that clear.
Maybe that's something within the CIP, you would identify the expenditure with the funding source, and maybe there's a footnote as to how where that funding source comes from, and they're not gonna see it. Cause I see the public now is probably gonna be a little more cognizant, and we're looking at our budget, and maybe the Taxpayers Association, wanting to see how we're administering the funds, and it just occurred to me that we probably need to clarify where some of these other funds are coming from and why they're not gonna see it in this document.
Yeah, thank you. And one other note, just this year, I think that for the first time, remember in our budget form, if you go to the pages that are the projects, the landscape format, it does list for every for these projects anyway, any grant funds that are coming, and down at the bottom at a footnote is the source of those grant funds. So I think that starts getting toward what you're talking about, but I think there's more we could do. Great.
Director Chapman, at least for the 14.5, you see up there for Coyote Valley acquisitions. Virtually all of that will go to reimburse the Peninsula Open Space Trust for the acquisition dollars they spent to acquire land in Coyote Valley. So we need to pay them back. That's the business model. And we can either pay them back with our own local tax monies if we have it, or in this case, because we have a great track record with the state, we choose to go and get a grant from this secure program to pay them back. Yeah.
Director Gill? You had questions?
I have a question.
Director Ken?
Of the 42 million we were just discussing, is it all for capital expenditures? Or is there any maintenance involved in that? Because as we acquired more stuff, there's maintenance associated with it.
I'm sorry, for the funding here on the screen right now, the 33, the acquisition.
This one in the previous screen.
Yeah, so for these particular projects, these projects are the actual capital portion of the project itself. Most grants, unfortunately, do not pay for any kind of maintenance or ongoing stewardship. And so the grants, generally speaking, are for capital one-time expenses only. And those other costs, you're absolutely right, they're coming and we have a plan for them, but they come out of our operating budget rather than the project budget.
Right, so that's where it becomes interesting as time goes on.
That's an exact reason why we made it a major messaging focus that Measure D was so important. We doubled the amount of protected acreage which can only be operated and stored and managed by our local funds, not by state grants. And Derek did a really good summary of where we are today on land management costs and what we project that will be 10 years from now. We can bring that back to the board and talk to you as we do more fiscal planning going forward.
Like a free horse.
Thank you. Justina?
Okay, thank you. So this is the breakdown of the estimated revenues and income that we anticipate receiving. I'm gonna walk through the numbers. I also will show you the impact of it to our carryover in a graph 2 slides down. So revenues consist of contractual secured for sure inflow of monetary sources. So that means D1, measure T. So the first line there, we're approximately we're budgeting that we would get approximately 12.5 million. We are also under contract with other agencies to be reimbursed when we perform land management services for mitigation. And then finally, we also have agricultural lease agreements where we know the annual revenue coming in. So those are all budgeted in for our revenue sources. And then we have the carryover. We anticipate using more than 8.4 million in carryover, mainly Measure Q to draw down. We would fund our capital improvement projects as well as CV Camp, while Measure T would continue to fund our preserve maintenance and operations restoration projects. And as mentioned, unfortunately, our operating expenses continue to increase year over year, while our revenues have remained leveled. So we do find ourselves having to use carryover from District 1 to continue funding our operations. And then historically, we have used reserve to pay for measure costs because Measure Q and Measure T does not allow for those expenses. And then currently District 1 doesn't have a sufficient carryover to kind of fund a large balance. So for 26-27, we do recommend continuing to use reserve to fund the election costs, and that's that drawdown that you see there, the 3.1. And then, as mentioned previously, we have the grants that we've secured and that we anticipate to seek reimbursement for. So then we also budgeted in our budget to receive back, and then there's estimated interest income based on current market rates, as well as grazing lease income, which is budgeted based on historical trends, but it is subject to fluctuations due to grazing capacity from our grazers. But in total, revenue, carryover, and other income sources of about 24 million would be used to fund the budget that we are proposing. So on the next slide, or I'll pause. Do we have any questions on the revenues? I can't go back. Okay. And then, so for the upcoming fiscal year, this is the breakdown of the proposed budget by major expense category. Just to kind of give a brief overview, payroll are our salaries. Benefits include our health benefits, employer taxes, CalPERS, the unfunded liability portion for CalPERS. Travel expenses include mileage, reimbursements, allowance for typical business-related travel. Our supplies and consumables not only include supplies for the office, but also out in the field. Postage and printing, safety supplies, uniforms, as well as field management supplies, such as anything for signs and fencing, for wildlife management, for vegetation management. Outside services include several subcategories. They might include non-discretionary expenses such as the cost for auditors, the cost for engineers, the parcel tax engineering, as well as, for example, the investment advisor, legal counsel. We also have IT services, communications related outside services, as well as services related to subject matter experts, as well as consultancy related to resource management, related to planning services, as well as acquisition and capital improvement related, such as surveys or the construction itself. we are aware that this is one of our larger categories. I wanted to highlight some of the larger expenses that make up that line item. We have an increase in the first year engineering costs that we plan for Measure D. Just to kind of conservatively, it increases for our cost by about $100,000 for the upcoming fiscal year. We also have an increase in our IT services, but that is largely grant funded, but it's captured in our budget to pay for it and then get reimbursement. There's also a few large costs related to the agricultural program, such as well repairs. And then 2 to 3 other buckets related to CEQA, design services, and long-range planning. Primarily, a lot of the amount comes from CV Camp. CEQA, we are budgeting $700,000, but $520,000 is for CV Camp as it moves on to the next phase. Design services not only encompasses the master planning, but also the 2 stepping stone projects that we anticipate, as well as design services for the Coyote Valley Open Space Preserve, North Meadow access, as well as Rancho, the backcountry, the regional trail planning design services. And then we also have another large item project, the abandoned wells project in the remediation line that the board will see, as well as construction costs, almost about $900,000. And that is for Coyote Valley, North Meadow, as well as the Rancho, the regional trail construction itself. So just to highlight a few of those items that make up the outside services. The next category is the other services and expenses. This typically includes costs related to business insurances, any fees, as well as the environmental, educational, and volunteer program costs, and the recruitment costs, and the biggest one ticket item for this year, the election costs. The election costs, so of the 5.5 million, about 4.4 is attributed to the director election cost, as well as the measure ballot costs. Yes.
Justina, and the director election cost is coming out of where?
District 1.
I know we have a lobbying expense picked up somewhere. Where does that come out of?
So the legislative expenses come out from the outside services for the consultant.
So it means we have only 3 big items, right? Pricing item, payroll plus benefits, and then outside services, and then other services, right? 43% plus 26% plus 23%.
I have a pie chart for that, but yes, but again, our typical, so in a normal year, our typical operations, the other services and expenses are typically floating around the 1 million. It is, again, very high this year is due to the election costs. It's an extraordinary expense. It is not typical of every year to be 5.5 million. And then we also have any additional questions? Yes.
Do we anticipate any legal costs associated with Measure D or the November election? And if so, is that included somewhere, or where would we get that money?
So we do set aside a budget for legal expenses. The budget that we have is as typical based on historical usage of legal counsel. There is currently no expectations, or at least the budget does not include the expectations of any type of legal concerns.
And is that separate, the legal set aside, that is separate from property matters? There's another account or set aside for just run of the mill. Legal matters not associated with property acquisition, eminent domain, all of that stuff.
we don't have separate buckets for different types of legal matters. It is one line item on the budget for all legal services. Okay, so then moving on. Oh, that's-
Anybody else have questions?
okay, moving on to next category. I just want to kind of describe equipment and maintenance expenses include any type of shop and field equipment purchases, computer equipment purchases and software, as well as the capital purchase of vehicles and its fleet maintenance costs. And then facilities and utilities includes janitorial, landscaping, alarm services, utilities like cellular, water, or gas. Most of it is attributed to the building running the headquarters, but there are also field costs associated with field operations, as we do get PG&E bills for some of the properties out there, as well as any type of utilities. And then memberships and sponsorships. These type of expenses capture memberships as part of, as an agency as a whole, as well as professional memberships for staff as they perform their course of work. And then the last line, no, sorry, second to last line, we have also the acquisition. Those are the costs of the fee title or easement itself. And then the last line is the grant program allocations. So this is the budget line item in which the board would be approving to allocate to put money into the grant program, not the award amount. This is just to kind of build up that piggy bank. So that's what's happening. And I'll talk a little bit more about the urban grant kind of process of allocation, the actual award and the distribution, later on in this presentation.
And through the chair, if I may interrupt, I think I did this at ABC too, but I just want to underscore that total acquisitions, the fact that it's zero, and we talked a moment ago about a couple big acquisitions coming, which was $30 million plus. But again, it's zero OSA funds because all of that is paid for. Right. I had a question on page 26 on the computer equipment and software. It's a rather large, I added up that just to keep up the software. That's not acquiring new software, that's just running the software.
Yes.
$200,000.
And then
Where does that come out of?
mostly District 1. Yes. But the there's grant software that's Measure T. The GIS is also Measure T.
What the bulk of it is
Yes, like Microsoft, like just the productivity apps. And then for transparency, I think it is page 26. Yes, there's a breakdown of our larger software subscriptions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
What?
What's up, PG&E here at this location?
Monthly? Sometimes I feel like the last bill I just did was about 8,000.
Yeah, it's typically running about 8,000 a month, 7,000 to 8,000 here for this building.
We have any solar, any?
We did just, Lee highlighted in the work plan component. We do not have any currently, but our primary facilities related project for the coming years is a large scale project that's all about trying to find efficiency, combination of solar. We do need a re-roof because we deal with leaks every year, and we probably need to roof to accommodate solar. We want to look at our electrical infrastructure so we can accommodate more fleet, but we also need to deal with our HVAC system because we are still band-aiding the 1999 original equipment. And all of that will ultimately help with offsetting our utility expenses.
Yeah, usually a return on that should.
Yeah.
Or something like that, if it's done correctly. Considering the tree hugging organization we are, I think people are gonna expect us to be net neutral.
Thank you. Director Dominguez? No. Director Minghite?
Just a question, because I'm interested in solar. Solar is one of my pet projects. Would we be trying to secure grant funding, maybe through member-directed funds through the federal government? I mean, is that how you perceive paying for that?
Absolutely, in the sense of we are, again, the milestone for the project for this year is very much about scoping and evaluating the available programs, whether that be federal or state or whatever it might be, especially for the solar and EV infrastructure components of what we're hoping to achieve. We figure the roof itself and things like that might not have as many programs, but we absolutely want to look for everything we can.
Right, thank you.
Just to clarify again,
Mhm.
when I'm reading through the
Mhm.
book, the 2.5% that you put into place for COLA, is that standard for everyone, or is that coming in under COLA standards?
In 3 slides, you get a full staffing rundown, including all of the
I knew
COLA
it,
background.
I knew it was good. Thank you.
Okay. So then showing an impact on the carryover. Our projected revenues, as of June 30th, 2026, is still the 12 million. And sorry, these numbers are in millions, just to make sure. And then for this current fiscal year that ends on June 30th, 2026, the approved budget was approximately 19 million. Okay, so then after all that, the projected ending balance of available carryover is approximately 28 million. This is in line with the previous slide that you saw with D1, MQ, MT in the reserve funds. Should the proposed budget move forward?
That $28 million, beside that, whatever we have, which one we cannot touch it, right? That $28 million, whatever you are talking about, so then like the reserve fund, 14.3 million, beside that, right?
Yeah, besides that, the 28 is only considering the 3.3.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
okay.
about that's not included.
Yes, not included. Yep. Should the proposed budget move forward as is by the end of June 30th, 2027, which would be the end of the upcoming fiscal year, we are anticipating conservatively is if Measure D money is not received, we still are receiving 12 million only through District 1 and Measure T. But the proposed budget is the 24 million, the gray bar. Because of the use of the carryover will dip. And will dip to approximately 16 million. Right? Still got you guys. Okay. And then looking into a future, another year, if Measure D, the funds would roll in, it would be the 17 plus the 12, would be 29 million in revenues. That's your green. And then kind of keeping the same trajectory of our proposed budget, but this time slightly revised because 4 million of it is election costs and director costs. Right, that will not appear in the next the 27-28. Therefore, let's just say proposed budget would kind of stay flat at the 20. Right. So that would then, because revenues exceed expenses, we've got a bit of a surplus that we bank into carryover. Carryover will now rebound and move up back to 25 approximately. And then moving out to another year, same revenue, 29, 12 plus 17, D1, MT, MD. And then for the 28-29, that is an election year. I am estimate approximately 2 million in director election costs. So plug that into a $20 million budget, status quo, 22 million. Same similar math, 29, 22, we bank a carryover of about approximately 7 million. It would kind of continue to, the trajectory would continue to increase. So just a short-term outlook of the impact of carryover. Should we keep the budget as proposed tonight, at the same threshold level? If that helps with the explanation of the impact on carryover of tonight's budget. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
But no, first of all, thank you for answering all the questions. 'Cause I mean, it's important
Yeah.
that we be transparent to everybody,
Mhm.
go through this, so I really appreciate taking the time. How does it affect capital projects? Because, one concern I have again is promises made, promises kept, so and I noticed this year's capital budget is less than it was the year before. So I appreciate you going out 2 years thinking we don't have the money yet, and we're going to have it for the end of next year, depending on when it gets certified.
Mhm.
Well, how does this affect capital budget? Because we have some big projects that we want to start making incremental steps on. Is that going to impact our ability to deliver on some of those projects, or should we anticipate in next year's budget to maybe re-budget somewhere to put some money back into capital? There's a lot in that question.
I'm gonna ask Megan and Lucas to weigh in here because the CIP is looking at the near-term capital projects. Much of the capital expenditures have come from grants. And in a lot of ways, we're recommending that this board continue to go after grants. Because we need to use as much of our existing and new money for operations and stewardship. And we need a local match for those grants that we're gonna get for capital projects. So nothing in the budget, I think, is triggered by your question right now, Helen. But I think as we start to talk about subsequent years and Measure D money flowing in, let's have that discussion. Like right now, we have an internal policy that 2/3 of any acquisition ought to come from a grant, 1/3 from us. Actually, it's been a lot less than that. We put in virtually no money into our acquisitions. We've got them from grants and partners. And then on capital projects, we've said about 60% we can pay for, we should get the other 35% or whatever. We might want to bump that down. We might want to put less of our own money into capital projects, find more from outside sources. So I think this is a really good exercise to look at going forward. And we might want to have, I don't know if we want the full board or we want a committee to look at this, but when we look at the different funds that we have, what the limitations are and how you can spend it, what we project can come in, what this board wants to get done in terms of capital projects, or Director Dominguez was talking about potentially increasing the amount to the urban grants program. When we start to play and twist those different dials, what does it do to the funding? And we can see what that's going to look like together. I don't know if Megan, you want to add to that?
Just add that I think the CIP will be a tool that will really help do exactly what Andrea was just describing. It helps us see when the projects are hitting, how many are hitting at the same time. Another comment, and I am not comparing year over year in front of me here, but most capital projects, especially the bigger multi-year projects, they maybe have 4 years of expense, but a lot of the money's really in the construction year. So it kind of depends where the projects are in their life cycle. And that's another thing that the CIP will help us with, that we probably don't want 10 projects all going into construction year.
Director Gill?
The chart you are showing there, I'm really impressed by that. The reason is that Because if you look at your expenses, this year is a 24 million, right? And then the next year, the election is going 4 million, you just take off and then 20 millions, right? So then another year's 30, you have just add 2 millions because of the election again,
Correct.
right?
Mhm.
So the reason I'm very happy because you are controlling the expense. You look at that,
Well-
there is no any other expense you are adding next 4 years or 3 years. Is it possible?
So disclaimer, this was a model to show impact of a carryover, right? More of it's keeping the status quo of to this year's budget extrapolated into the future year. I'm not advocating that that is the budget for the future years, just make, yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say that even if there weren't additional projects, the cost of labor will be going up. Payroll will be going up. Benefits.
I know it's going up, but how far we can go? Because 30 we have only 32 million, right? So will be, but because the 29 million is the set number, we are every year we are getting that. So it means we have to work to control our expense if we want to run the agency in a successful way.
To the chair, that is the work ahead of this board and this staff. And the voters have given us a gift. And we're gonna use that gift to manage this agency sustainably while prioritizing the programs and the capital projects, and working with the outside funding. So that's our work ahead. And the budget that's before you tonight is not trying to do that. It's keeping the expenses basically as they are, the staffing as they are, the capital projects as they are.
Any other questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, so then this one here is another view. It's a breakdown of the proposed budget. And as the board may notice, the election cost took quite a bite of the proposed budget this year, as opposed to previous years. But now I will actually turn it over to Elizabeth Loretto, Administrative Operations Manager, to provide more details on one of the other larger part of the budget, the salaries and benefits.
Now it's time. Good evening, directors. For the fiscal year of 26-27, our salaries and benefits, as you just saw, reflect 43% of our total planned expenditures. One of the first factors we'll look at that contributes to that portion of our budget proposal is the cost of living adjustment for applied to wages. We apply historically the cost of living adjustment based on the March report of the Consumer Price Index for the San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose region, which reflects the data ending in February of that year. So this year, the recommendation is 2.5%, which represents what was available, published in March of 2026. We do every year take a look around to our comparator, or agencies doing similar work to us. Many of them are working with cost of living adjustments that are prearranged through collective bargaining agreements. But for their upcoming pre-negotiated COLAs, East Bay Regional Parks and Mid-Penn are both looking at about 3%, or at 3%. And Santa Clara County Parks is a little higher than that, actually at 3.5%. Both East Bay and Santa Clara County are still kind of working their way out of years of stagnation, you could say. But that's where they currently are. Another tidbit we always like to look back at is because we do this model that's reflective on current data, like where does that average land us? And so for the last 11 budget cycles that we've used this model, our average is currently 3.01%. So if you worked here all 11 years, you've experienced an average cost of living adjustment of 3.01%. If we do move forward with this COLA at 2.5%, because it is slightly reduced, it will for this year bring that model down, or that average down to 2.75%. But that's the COLA, and I can pause there in case Director Dominguez has any additional questions on the COLA. How did you know?
I'm curious, when you decided to choose 2.5, was that in anticipation of not hiring the additional vacancies that you have?
No, no. We truly look at the CPI data and because of how it's gonna be applied to the pay plan and therefore applied to all positions. That's just been kind of our source of guidance, no matter how many positions are actually expected to be staffed each year. The only time we've deviated from that model in the 10 budgets I've been here for was during COVID, when actually the economy was just so bizarre. In 2021, I guess it was, we actually went with kind of the middle ground at, I can't remember the number right now, but it was a little over 4% is what we implemented. So it's kind of a separate, I mean, it's obviously a collective decision point when looking at, I guess I would say process wise, we take in staffing requests and talk to our departments about what staffing they think they need for the year and if there's any additions. That happens earlier in the budget preparation process, then this February data becomes available. But as we're projecting the budget and kind of working through our drafts, we're always operating at a 3.3%, hoping that we're not gonna, we're not gonna be massively surprised by finding we've been practicing our budget, you could say, with like a 1%, right? And we get hit with a 3. So it helps us, I think, prioritize the staffing decisions based on the requests from departments and their needs.
Yeah, I think that's great. I know that it's a concern that when you don't bring on new individuals and you keep vacancies for the sake of lowering expenses,
Yeah.
you then are putting your staff at capacity and bandwidth. And so you're hoping that with the increased COLA, that you at least are providing some incentive or some, reasoning to stay with the organization.
Yeah. Well, and I'll add to that just because we do have so many new board members. Our pay plan structure, which is part of what you are being asked to approve tonight, is the 2.5% COLA applied to the pay plan. It's for every salary range, there are 5 steps and it's 2.5%. No, it's 5% between each step. So every evaluation period that you have eligible steps to move, you're, in addition to the COLA, an employee.
It's a merit.
It has an opportunity for that merit increase as
Okay.
well.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah. And then we'll also talk about vacancies in a couple of slides. You're really reading the human resources mind tonight.
All right.
No, I love it. No, it's simpatico. It's all good. Okay. So talking about staffing and the new positions, we're proposing to generally hold steady at 65 positions. That includes interns, that includes permanent regular staff who you all get to know every day. It does include maintaining also, well, the 65 positions does not actually include our seasonal staff because that is such a flexible operational decision. But we are assuming that we would continue our 4 seasonal open space aides we've had. And we are looking at maintaining 3 interns across a couple of different departments, paid internships. And we have 1 new seasonal employment opportunity in our natural resources department, and that would be a seasonal natural resources technician. So maximum of 1,000 hours to see with all of the work Aaron was talking about earlier related to fire and fuels management and IPM implementation, how much further we can go with 1 seasonal to see what we can do there. But there are 2 promotion or reclassifications recommended this year. One of our open space technician 1s is being recommended to be promoted to an open space technician 2, recognizing both their professional growth and to expand the team's capacity to lead projects in the field. Tech 2s take on much more ownership of the in the field implementation of maintenance and operations work. And then our grant program coordinator, that's the official, you also know her as the external funding coordinator, but is recommended to be promoted to a new classification of external funding specialist, allowing for deeper engagement with external funding partners, as well as more leadership on our authority strategies for grant opportunities. Okay, there's that. Before we talk about vacancies, we'll talk about compensation. Yeah. So this is a new slide in our budget cycle, and it is compliant with the 2026 updates to the Brown Act. This slide details the salary and benefits for authorities, executives, and department managers. And I am literally this month, like, experiencing the difference between can I read and can I read? So bear with me while I'll go back and forth to try to read all my notes. The salary column you'll see here is the gross earnings reflected in the budget before you tonight after the implementation of the proposed 2.5% COLA to the authority's pay plan. The costs listed under benefits include medical, dental, vision, and life insurance premiums, and authority contributions to retirement programs, including CalPERS and the general manager's 401A. Also all reflected in the budget before you tonight. Before I do have to stay compliant and legally read all of this orally into the record, so I will do that in a moment. But before I do, I'll just give a little explainer on the variance in the benefits column. You may notice that there is a wide variety to the scale of cost of benefits, and that is because it's dependent on employee benefit elections, as well as on an individual's type of CalPERS membership, which is based on their tenure in the CalPERS system. So that's totally outside of the authority's option, and then it's also the employee's option. And then while I'm at it, CalPERS contributions for PEPRA or new members who joined after 2013 is 7.96%, and contributions for classic members are 18.94%, which covers both employee and employer portions per our CalPERS contract. Any questions on the context of what we're looking at?
And just to confirm, salary plus benefits is the total cost, right? So when we look at it, we have the two columns together, correct?
Correct. Yeah, salary is simply gross wages reflected on the pay plan.
Thank you.
So I can add, it would be nice to have bottom line figure for all of this.
So about 2.5 million. Okay,
For both columns.
for both columns, correct. So bear with me while I read this slide to you. Andrea McKenzie, as general manager, is budgeted to receive salary of $260,914 and benefits totaling $120,284. Mark Landgraf, as assistant general manager, is budgeted to receive salary of $231,065 and benefits of $72,566. Lee Rauscher, as assistant general manager, is budgeted to receive salary of $231,065 and benefits totaling $50,536. Megan Draker, Conservation and Strategic Partnerships Manager, is budgeted to receive salary of $185,131 and benefits of $30,690. Charlotte Graham, as Public Information Manager, is budgeted to receive $167,919 and benefits of $46,009. Aaron Hebert, as Natural Resources Manager, is budgeted to earn a salary of $194,387 and benefits of $53,148. Elizabeth Loretto, as Administrative Operations Manager, is budgeted to earn salary of $185,131 and benefits of $46,952. Derek Newman, Field Operations Manager, is budgeted for a salary of $194,387 and benefits of $39,464. Nick Perry, Long Range Planning Manager, is budgeted for a salary of $185,131 and benefits of $37,690. And Lucas Shellhammer, Planning, Design, and Construction Manager, is benefited or budgeted for a salary of $194,387 and $59,544 of benefits. And we can thank the Ralph M. Brown Act for that exercise. But thank you all for your patience while we navigate that.
The city of San Jose should have food.
They should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be fascinating.
And we have one more slide now to talk about vacancies, because, interestingly enough, actually, to Director Dominguez's comments earlier, the state does have a new law for public agencies to, in a public, forum, discuss our vacancies so that we are being accountable for the intentionality to staff them or delay them and having that conversation in the public space. Was a law that was very motivated for state agencies to help make sure that they were really putting in the work to hire new staff and develop new staff into positions. That said, we have, as you heard earlier, our Habitat Program Manager / Specialist position is our current permanent position vacancy that we're actively recruiting for. And you'll see here some of the slides. We actually had interviews around earlier this week. We really are hoping to have some good news for everybody coming up soon. But one of the requirements is also to talk about our efforts to fill that vacancy. That particular position was posted in a total of 36 locations, both physical and virtual. And the authority standard locations for job boards or distribution channels, we have 30, that every job of any specialty is sent to. We do have 692 subscribers to our job notifications emails. So that's one of our other key tools to notify people. And then we have the 3 strategic vacancies that we have not put active recruitment effort forward in the last handful of years. And they're all position-based backfills that when somebody moved up or moved on, we wanted to honor the position and recognize we were going to need it, but we made a strategic decision at the time and since to not staff it or budget for it. So these 3 positions do not have any dollars associated with them in the budget for the coming, the budget before you tonight. But that's our deputy clerk of the board, 1 senior open space planner in the planning, design, and construction department, and 1 open space technician 2 position. And the status of these positions can absolutely be reevaluated at the board's guidance or in discretion in strategic review as staffing as part of all of these larger future conversations we're going to be having around our financial planning work. And with that, unless you have questions, I'll hand it back to Justina.
Thank you. Okay, so for discretionary operating expenses, besides the cost of the programmatic programs, the agency also sets aside some allowances, so other budget components inside the budget that you will see. First one is the agency emergency response allowance. It's an allocation of $50,000 that we're setting aside in the budget in an event of an emergency, because we don't know if we can count on FEMA. We are being responsible and prepared by setting aside some funds to tap into. And so it might not necessarily be that it needs to be used, but it is in the budget as an allowance. Okay. And then the next component is the urban grant program allocation. We are keeping it at $100,000. Please note that with the conservative approach without Measure D funds in the budget, the allocation remains the same as proposed last year for this current fiscal year budget. However, should the election results be certified in time to receive the funds, staff could come back to the board with the recommendation to potentially amend the allocation amount at the board's discretion. And then Measure T, administrative allowance, is the same as the current fiscal year and is set aside for proposed at $2 million. Just some information as written in the Measure T expenditure plan. Revenue that's generated from the measure can be used for administrative expenses at the board's as the board determines reasonable and necessary through the annual budget process. Measure T's definition of the allowance is much more broad and considers anything that's non-project to be administrative. However, we do have non-project expenses that are directly tied to moving projects forward, and they're very integral to our work. But they fall within Measure T's administrative definition. But those type of expenses include the management of the GIS program, communications to the public about our projects and safety, the urban grant program administration, because we give out grants, but someone's got to manage them. Outside funding research, in order to look for those money, we've got to spend time into grant writing and looking for the funding sources. Overall strategic preserve planning, and then general field supplies and equipments. These non-project expenses that kind of support the implementation through a number of projects is best demonstrated through this donut chart. Over the years, Measure Q and Measure T's like true administrative costs, expenses that are associated with staff time publishing committee packets, doing the audit, the parcel tax engineering services, writing the status report. They account for the smallest portion of MT and MQ revenues. The rest of the, what Measure Q defines as administrative allowance is really that cost of that critical support that the project needs, the grant seeking, the GIS mapping, the communications to the public, or just what field needs to maintain and operate, but it's not, they cannot pinpoint to a specific preserve. And so those are that program implementation support part of that donut chart. And then the last subset that I had previously mentioned about the urban grant program, just to kind of give the board a sense of the life cycle. Each year through the budget, the board approves that annual allocation to the urban grant program. And that pool of money is set aside specifically only for the grant program, and it's not to be used for our own agency's own projects. It generally takes several years to kind of accumulate and build up enough money to offer a solicitation. And then during that time, staff comes back to the board with that available balance, and the board would approve how much to make available for that grant cycle. And then at a public meeting, actually awarding the final amount to the grantees. And then finally, each fiscal year, between accounting and the grants team, the grant staff, they review, they approve, and disperse the reimbursements to the grantees based on where they are with their milestones per the grant agreement. So kind of just to recap, the board approves the allocation during the budget cycle. You approve the grant amounts during how much to award prior to a grant cycle. And then you'll see the total disbursements in the checks that we write that you can review in the monthly check registers. It also gets reported in the quarterly reports for the not only the disbursement, but the remaining grant balances of each of the grantees, and then annually in the audit, as well as the status report. There is a breakdown of all the disbursements made. So then the disbursement part gets reported on an annual basis, if not more frequently. Any question about the life cycle of the urban grant program? Okay. So then with that, I'm going to actually turn it over to Lee, because that concludes my portion of the description of the budget, but what we have ahead.
Thank you, Justina. Last two slides, I promise. So as you heard from Megan, staff has lined up a generous amount of outside funding already, but we'll continue to look for ways to take advantage of additional funding resources as they become available. She's also been working with our management and strategy team, as you've been hearing, to develop a capital improvement plan that will launch with staff in July and share with the board this fall. We're also crafting a 15-year financial forecast model to help the board consider a few financial scenarios and ultimately set fiscal goals and make future strategic financial decisions. We've re-engaged Craig Hill, managing principal with NHA Advisors, whose graph you are all very familiar with, and who assisted us with our early financial modeling. He was instrumental to our analysis in 2024 to explore potential funding mechanisms and inform the revenue amount to seek. So we're aiming to share this work with you, with your board later in the summer. Last slide, a drum roll, please. We are extremely grateful for the passage of Measure D and celebrate our community support and investment in nature. We also recognize there are still several unknowns around the measure that we cannot resolve tonight. With a plan to return to the board with tools to assess future spending and assist with setting financial goals later this year, and with a conservative, flat budget and work plan that does not count on new revenue from Measure D, staff respectfully recommends the board consider approving the fiscal year 26-27 budget and annual work plans, and this concludes with that.
Thank you.
Of course.
We now open the public hearing. Members of the public will have 3 minutes each. Right, do we have any speakers?
There are none.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Before I go to my colleagues, I wanted to just share some thoughts with all of you. And staff, everybody around here, thank you so much for this very thoughtful and thorough presentation and for listening to all of our questions. This has been a lot, and you can see by how late it is in the evening. There were a lot of board questions. With passage of Measure D, we are at a very exciting and thoughtful time for the OSA. Funding from Measure D will allow us to continue our commitments to our residents, but there is uncertainty about the immediate future of grant opportunities from outside organizations. In the past, the OSA has been able to receive a $3 to $1 match from outside sources. This match enabled us to do way more than our $12 million budget would allow. This fiscal year 26-27 grant is a very complicated budget with grant funding and their obligations, with projects funded through carryovers and awarded grants. I'm sure staff has a massive tracking program for carryovers and grants. I'd like to thank staff. They're always available to answer my questions about grant funding and carryovers, but it's very complicated. And after my conversations with them, I have a much better understanding about how all this works. So thank you for your willingness to walk me through the process. For full transparency to the public, I would like staff to come back with more details about funding for the projects on the work plan that use reserves, grant funds, and carryover budgets. And this would be the much bigger picture. And I would like to get more information about hiring staff. I know that there are no, wait, I'm going to scratch that because I did speak to Erin about that one staff person, and that is the person who's going to write the fire prevention plan. So got it. I would also like staff to come back with a recommendation for the amount we should hold in the reserves. Any decision on how to get that amount is for future consideration, but the board should know what that amount is. And I think that from what the general manager said, this is a conversation for the board. So I would like to have that agendized for a future board meeting. And it's the reserve that is currently 14 million. And I'd like to know how that dollar amount was reached and what the proper amount should be for an organization of our size. And so I would like to have staff come back with more information about the funding for the grants and the reserves. What we've seen tonight has been a lot. What we've experienced tonight is a lot of verbal. And I think that for the public and for my processing, I need to see it written. So I'd like staff to come back with that information for the budget approval. And with that, I'd like to turn to Director Chapman for any other, see if she has comments.
I think I had. And then, so Lee, thank you for sending this out with a note, because actually I went through and I marked up my budget. I have Post-it notes and I was going through and checking them off as every question. But I think I got all my, as well, yes, I think I answered most of my questions. I think the only one comment is that moving forward, you know, I think I've mentioned this on a couple of occasions. The projects delivered is in the, you know, it's really, it's what's going to be in the CIP. So I think that's where I'm focusing on. I'm more laser focused on that. How can we promote that? How can we budget for that? I take to heart some of the things that were said in the Mercury News editorial. I didn't like it, didn't agree with it, but I have to listen. As an elected, I have to listen. I have to read next door comments. And I chose not to read them for a long time, and then I finally said, okay, Measure D is doing well. I'm gonna go online and read them. But I think it's good, it gives us a balance to know what the public's saying, because, you know, we want to be transparent. So I think we have to be very cautious in how we move forward, and we have to be very transparent in how we deliver. The public needs to see that their investment, their belief and their trust in this agency, and I truly, truly believe that we have a lot of fans out there, but we've got to show them what we're doing with the money and that they trusted us with their vote and that we need to deliver. And some of that's gonna be in the capital part, because that's the big stuff, right? That's the part they see. They don't care about your computer software. I'm sorry, Chad, but you know, they care about, you know, the things that they can touch and feel. So those are things that I'm concerned about, and how we can, you know, in the budget, make sure that we are making measurable steps to get forward. And, you know, and it's that board discussion that you talked about, Andrea, where we are looking at the priorities, we're looking about where to, you know, does the board, maybe we have to have a hard look. Do we need to focus and drill down and maybe decide what's important to us and focus, you know, expenditures on that? Because again, I'm mindful of the income we have and the expenses coming in, and like you said, it's, some things are just gonna go up. But
Could I, through the chair, could I just ask some follow-up questions, both, Director Sutherland and Chapman's remarks? If I heard you right, I heard 3 points. That more detail is needed about where the funding will come from for specific projects in the budget relative to carryover grants and reserve funds. I heard we should talk about the amount to hold in reserve. Is the policy the board had 13 years ago still appropriate, or should that be changed? What should that proper amount be? And third, I heard projects delivered in the CIP, tracking and reporting out and making that known to the public is really important. Of the 3 things I heard from you, I think only one of them is relevant to tonight's budget. The amount to hold in reserve is an important policy discussion for the board to have going forward, but it needs the fullness of information of looking at the big picture of how does Measure D new revenue factor in? How does the revised fiscal forecast for 15 years and new fiscal analysis factor in? That will tell us how much to set aside in reserve. And then the projects to be delivered in a CIP will depend upon our completion of a CIP this summer and then presented to you into the fall. And so I think both of those are really important policy discussions for this board to have with staff as we start to build the architecture to show the public how we will responsibly spend Measure D money. So I see those as near-term but future actions. The item that Director Sutherland brought up, I think I need more information about because staff presented a budget to you tonight. You saw which funding sources are used for which types of projects. We could get a little bit more specific and say, Coyote Valley Master Plan is coming from outside services, or falls under outside services, which is funded under X funding source. I mean, we could do that kind of thing. The reserve funds, we aren't really using for anything other than paying this one-time extraordinary cost of the election cost to Santa Clara County. And the grants is pretty straightforward. Those are capital expenditures for principally Coyote Valley, funded by the Coyote Valley Prop 4 state funds. So if you want some additional, like you want to see something more explicitly laid out, we can do that, but short of that, I think what we've laid out pretty much does that. I don't know if there's more information that you need.
What I'm looking for is for the projects that are funded. Where does the funding come from? Is it coming from Measure T reserves? Is it coming from District 1 reserves? Is it coming from this year's budget? The $12 million that just comes in. Because I wasn't able to figure that out from the spreadsheet.
Could I just say that, boy, I just wish we could simplify this somehow. Maybe that's another set of discussions with the board about how to make the budget more accessible to you. But we still have the 4 funds, right? We have District 1, Measure T, a reserve set aside, unrestricted funds, and we have Measure D coming in, and we have grants. Doesn't so much matter if something is funded by leftover money from last year under Measure T, it's still Measure T. So what we could give you is in the budget, here's Measure T money, and it's funding these projects. Here's Measure D1 funds, and it's funding these projects. Reserve, it's only funding, paying off Santa Clara County for the election. I mean, we could go into that, just kind of a list to bring you. But there's not really, in my mind, a distinction between leftover money from last year, which we call carryover, in D1 or MT, and the fund, the 12 million that's coming in. You know what I mean? It's all going into those funds.
And I guess I need a better explanation of how do you create the carryover?
It's really simple is not maybe the right way to say it.
They're large carryovers.
We think we're gonna spend $100 this year on a vehicle. $100,000 on a couple of vehicles. Derek does fantastic work and gets that vehicle for $50,000. And he says, you know what, Andrea, at second thought, we didn't need that second vehicle after all. That other $50,000 is banked and we're gonna use it next year. So it's not how much we determine is reserve or carryover. It's what's left over that we didn't spend from the previous year.
And as board members, it would be very helpful if we could see that information rather than we could see each line item rather than just the balance for the category.
Well, one thing we could do, which could help the board moving forward for 27-28 budget is, Justina, we could bring forward at year end the snapshot of what was not spent in each of the fund categories and will become the so-called carryover for the next fiscal year.
And we do, it's through the audit, through the chair. Okay, so one thing, there's a lot of things in my head right now. Yes, the carryover isn't it's not predetermined. It's basically, in previous years, we get the 12 million. We didn't spend the full budget, right? It's basically just like our income, like our personal effect. We make this much money. If our budget is below what the money we bring in, there's that surplus and it becomes our savings. So the carryover has been an accumulation of previous fiscal years. It is not in this fiscal year we determine we're going to set aside and save. It's been saved in prior years. Now, at the end of the audit has the actuals, audit financials tell us, oh, of the 12 million, you spent 10. And it adds to the fund balance, the 2 million. So then the fund balance kind of, does that?
And can you say, Justina, that to that point, that if we're looking at this, fast forward to June of 2026-7, we could be coming in under our 17 million because there's carryover from this year to next of what was unused.
Like we create new carryover.
That we create new.
We
exactly.
underspend what's budgeted today.
Right,
Yes,
and
in
so
fact,
then
that has been our track record.
Right, yeah.
So you choose out fund the year with carryover. And then at the end of the year, the carryover is not fully used, so it returns to being carryover.
Correct.
That's what okay, so last year we had 3 people in elections and that money, we're all on, that money went back.
Yes,
into-
right.
That was not I believe you probably reallocated it for something, right?
Correct. So what happened?
Board members maybe you could explain. that
Yeah,
part.
so
That
again,
was $3 million and suddenly I went, whoop, whoop, got $3 million.
sorry, it's gonna be going really fast. So again, that third column, the projected ending balance is only projected if we spend 100% of our proposed budget for 25-26. If we don't spend all that election costs, that projected ending balance actually will go up,
Right.
right? And so the thing is, and then the subsequent year, 27-28, we would then say we will spend 20 million, which we only bring in 12, we're still drawing the 8. We're drawing from that higher carryover balance. Does that?
And that applies to any projects
Yes,
that don't
correct,
tap into the
Yes.
carryover amount
correct.
because they came in under an expense.
Yeah, under expenses or either the timing of this expenditure was delayed. It's not like it would add on to the project's budget. It just basically retaps back into that carryover.
Because the project's now going to the following year.
Yes.
Okay.
But regardless,
Mm-hmm.
we currently bring in
12.
12.
Mm-hmm.
We have a budget of 24.
Yes.
Last fiscal year, same thing, bring in 12,
Mhm.
had a budget of
Yeah.
20 something.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay,
And then another portion, just to kind of make sure I'm clear on the requests. So let's just say on page 43 of the budget report, the project led by Long Range Planning Department for CV Camp project. The primary source of funding column states Measure Q. There is the proposed project budget and the anticipated outside funding, which has a footnote of where the grant is coming from. I'm wondering, is that the type of information, Director Sullivan, that you're looking for? It's just that it wasn't summarized? Because then, in this case, Measure Q has no incoming revenue. Any project using Measure Q as a primary source, I can say 100% it is using carryover. Measure Q's carryover. It is drawing down from Measure Q.
okay, so the Measure Q funding is from carryover, not from,
Because there's no incoming Measure Q revenue at all.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Q, yes. I
Yes.
see what
And income is only from measure T.
T and D, yeah, in District One. Mhm.
District one. Justina, just quick question.
Mhm.
Like she asked, I mean, the Helen Chairman asked about the $3 million. So the last election, it came from, which fund is that, reserve
The,
fund? Or
With the last
Election.
election being the Measure T measure.
so then when one is go back to the Measure T then, right? So that fund is, you have to be returned back to the same, like T, right? Let's go back to, because we didn't use that. There was no contestants on that time.
Right.
So, oh, sorry. The director election costs come
Yeah.
from District One.
No. Oh, okay, so District One.
Yes, and any of the positions that, any of the seats that were not contested, yes, it went back
Go
into
back to the
District
same.
One's carryover. Yes. Yes,
But that is a carryover from that.
correct.
At the end of the
Yes.
year, what is that? That is a
Yes.
carryover onto the next.
Mhm. That is correct.
Could I go back to an original question, Director Sutherland? Given what Justina said, is the information in the budget that shows where what the funding source for each project is that what you're looking for? Or do you want to just see it like a spreadsheet with all the projects, the funding sources and
You know, I'm so sorry. I am not processing this right now really well. What I'd like to do is turn to the other board members. Because I really don't think I can answer that question at this time. I'm so sorry. Director Kenny.
Okay, I wanna. You don't wanna hear me anyways, time's up. So anyway, I want to thank how we've grown. Over the years, this tome is wonderful. I think Leo Tolstoy, very proud of you here. Those of you who don't know who wrote War and Peace, all 1,000 pages of it. So whenever you impart more information, you're gonna be open to more questions. So, it used to be, you threw a bunch of numbers at us and we kind of go back and forth, yeah, let's go with it. Times have changed. So, and I know, myself and Director Gill would always ask the question, how are we gonna pay for the free horse? And as a result, we're addressing that, and I understand that, and we really don't know how long this payment for the hay for the free horse is gonna last, but we got it, we got a plan now, I'm okay with it. But it's opened a couple of other things here, and we spent about $11 million on our people. And at the same time, outside services and consultants, we spent 13.5 million. There's pros and cons to that. I mean, when you have outside sources, you don't have to pay for the environment and everything. There's a trade-off. I get that. For a total of 24.5 million. So the transparency is good here. I would like a little help, though, identifying the outside services and consultants. May I get a breakdown on that? I'd like for you guys to come back, including the lobby, et cetera, and what we get for our law. And I assume it's within outside services or consultants. Right? And I don't know if you have that here.
Okay, just making sure I understand the question. In terms of the outside services, the breakdown of the numbers. In the report, appendix 1A. Appendix A has the budget details. And an outside service starts on page 85. Yeah.
story would be, I've never read the whole thing.
So let's start, for example, starting on 85. The first expense, audit services, we pay 18,000. Or what's proposed is that per contract with the auditors, next fiscal year would be $18,000. We have a financial advisor. We also budget. So I think number-wise, is this sufficient for the breakdown? Or is there more information that the board is requesting?
And through the chair, I can also add to your question, Director Kenneth, for the lobbying. So specifically for our lobbying in Sacramento, and it's consulting and lobbying combined, that's $78,000 a year. And for the federal lobbying and consulting is 60,000, so a total of 138,000. Although with the contract that your board approved in May for the Sacramento lobbying, that'll go up in the future, but right now that's the budget for what we're currently spending.
What do we get for that?
Well, one good example is for our investment in that lobbying and consulting in Sacramento of roughly $78,000. They were the entity responsible for the $25 million in Prop 4 for the Coyote Valley Conservation Program. That's a pretty good return on investment. They not only came up with the idea of how to structure that, but then did the footwork to work with the legislature and state agencies to make it happen. That's just one example.
They also were responsible for AB 948, Oshkosh carrying the legislation that created Coyote Valley as a landscape of statewide significance, which has had a huge ROI for this agency. And then some of the is not just OSA specific. We are part of a consortium of special districts and public agencies who work together on really important legislation, funding sources, threats, all kinds of things. It takes a full-time staff and then some to just track the legislation, but we need people in Sacramento to help us carry bills, to represent our interests, to set up appointments with elected officials. Every public agency and special district has governmental affairs people in Sacramento and Washington, D.C.
Right. Okay, that explains it very well. Still something missing here and figure out what it is. Very. Like to think that one. You have anything else, Calvin?
First of all, Justina, thank you very much, and thank you for the staff. It's really a thorough a report you guys present that one. It's really, I really understand, and then I enjoy to be go over that. My worried only because we have 11 categories. If you look at that in your budget. Then out of 11, 3 is a big price item. So they 43% is just the benefit and salaries. 26% is your outside service and consultant. 23% is your just like other services, right? If you add all these, 91% is just only 3, and then the other 8 categories is if you average that is only 1% or yeah. I was just worried about that because our our revenue, whatever the revenue we have, that is just a flat $29 million yearly. If we include our $17 million, the Mayor Deep has, right? So how we can, there are two things I can say that control the expense, meaning you have to be just control the way you are at, right? Or you have to be reduce the expense. So I'm worried how we can control or reduce the expense, because our expense will be increasing every years also. If we cannot go all the time to the voters and tell them, hey, we need to be increase our revenue, or we need more money. So I need some kind of process. So to understand that how we can control or reduce our expense, so then we can run agency in a successfully like several more years or forever. That's the one that's why my fear is always there. So I need to be know that. So other than that, whatever the budget you present at this point, for me is totally fantastic. I like it, and you guys did a fantastic job. All the staff work very hard to bring all the numbers there. But I need to be cautious and need to be know that how we can control our expense or budget, or we can just increase our revenue other than ask the voter like the grants or other stuff. That we have to work on it. Thank you.
So I'm but Mark, you mentioned the financial advisor, that's the one who tells us how much we're making on our investments that are fairly limited where we can go. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I think the financial advisor is a different function. I think, I was answering a question of yours about the lobbying and consulting in Sacramento and then also at the federal level.
Right. So the financial advisor does what? Is that like a CFO type person?
So this proposed year, next fiscal year's proposed budget, that amount consists of two consultants. One is our financial investment advisor, actually. That's Chandler Asset Management. This is the active management of our investment portfolio, the bonds. They are around, their fees are about 18 to 19,000 a year. The remaining balance of that is for a financial advisor, NHA advisors, coming to consult with us to kind of look into the forecasting model. Having that discussion of the long-term financial sustainability. So we had kind of the budget set aside because we anticipate working with a consultant.
Okay, and yes, that answers part of the question, but part of it is also, how do we stand with other like agencies? Not just around here. I understand we no longer belong to the land trust. Is that what we are members of the land trust, or we're not? We are. Sorry.
I don't believe we kept our membership. I don't know, I might be wrong about that. Yeah, we were the only public agency in the United States that was a member of the Land Trust Alliance rally. Or the Land Trust Alliance, yeah. Alex, could I just clarify, when you say how do we compare to other agencies in terms of what?
Spending portion of how we spend, what we spend in relation to our people, our consultants, how we get our internal and external funds, how we pay for the free horse, that kind of.
Well, part of the challenge in answering a question like that is we are a small special district compared to East Bay Regional Park District, Mid-Penn, and others. Those agencies are pre-Prop 13 agencies. They have property tax. As property values go up, they generate more taxes. I wouldn't say they're free and clear, but their operating costs are pretty much taken care of. Therefore, they can go out to voters for a general obligation bond just to buy land and build stuff. We are a different beast. We were never eligible for property tax. So we must look at other creative funding mechanisms, and we've looked at parcel taxes. Parcel taxes are flexible, that's the good news. Bad news is they bring in less money. Therefore, you have to go back to the voters on a more regular basis. The story that we have told the voters and our public, and it's been very impactful for them, is for every dollar that we generate in local taxes, we bring in $3 in outside funding. So we are super lean and very efficient with our funding. Now, the challenge there is that wonderful leverage we brought in, $3 for every one, we can only spend those three, as Megan said, on capital projects. There is no state grant money for operating land. So therein lies the challenge. As we double the amount of protected acreage that the public wants us to take care of, where is the ongoing operation money going to come from for that? So how we've modeled that is we will use as much of our existing funding, i.e. District 1, for operations and maintenance, and we'll look to bond measures at the state level and private sources and our partners at Post and so on to fund capital projects and acquisition. So we have adapted to these realities. So I think, now we're in actually a very advantageous position for the first time in this agency's history. We've increased by 2.5 times our revenue. Some of the things you're seeing in the budget tonight that we're talking about, we've funded through very creative means by being judicious with the money we have, bringing in 2 or 3 times the money from outside sources, right? And to some degree, not filling positions or delaying projects till we know we have the funds to do them. So here's the question for the board. As we go forward, there's so much more this agency can do and is uniquely positioned to do. So how do we pay for that? And how do we prioritize that? There's some big decisions to be made. Do we buy more land? Do we take on all the land that other agencies and organizations want us to do? Do we continue to support urban grants, right, in cities? All these different kinds of things we need to talk about together. But we're not going to solve it in one budget that is static and made no assumptions about the future. It's this budget tonight that before you is fully funded for what we want to do, with savings from previous years, current revenue, and secured grants, period. How we pay for 30,000, 40,000, 45,000 acres of land in the future, we're going to figure that out together. And Measure D was not a silver bullet for all time. It is in perpetuity, true. But 17 million on top of 12 is 29, call it 30 million. And let's work together to figure out how we best spend that 30 million to deliver for our public. There's a couple of projects we already have in the works that we want to deliver. Maybe we can't deliver them to the A+ level like Coyote Valley, but we surely can put in trails and restore habitat and keep agriculture going at a certain level. We can do that. I've heard the sports say you want to see Tilton Ranch open. Do you want El Toro and Morgan Hill opened? Okay, great. We want to do more for agriculture. What does that look like? These are all the questions ahead, but they are questions and things that we'll ponder because we're in a good position to ponder them. if we didn't have Measure D coming in, maybe in future years, we would be looking at cuts to some of these things. So anyway, we would like to really make sure we can answer these questions that you have posed tonight. We're perfectly comfortable delaying a vote on the budget and bringing it back if that's your direction. We want to make sure we can answer your questions. We think most of what you've brought up is in here, but maybe we can simplify it and make it more explicit. And then let's make sure that we're scheduling a gathering with this board and staff to really look at those key questions going forward. Because I think rather than scrutinizing what's before us today, and I'm thinking about the general public you mentioned, Helen, they're going to want to know, we just gave you a strong endorsement and we're trusting you. Show us how you're going to spend this money going forward. Let's show them. So that's our work ahead.
I may.
Yeah.
And I agree with you totally. We're working together. All of these questions are meant to be friendly. And it looks like it'll be fine. We know we have to pass this budget in 2 weeks, and we will. After a few questions are answered, I have one more question, or actually two-part question. How much do we owe post? And will that supposedly come from grants, or what's the plan there?
Good question. So currently, the arrangement we have with Post, of course, especially for these transactions in Coyote Valley where they've been purchased, you can't be purchased from them. The ones that are on the books remaining, we do expect to be largely grant funded. There's the Mid Coyote Valley, that's that 14.5 million that we talked about earlier that we think is going to happen this coming year. There's another piece that is called Midway Fields that we're still assembling funding. Agricultural properties are harder to assemble funding than some of the others. And so that's the one that's the unknown at about 5.2. We're confident we will assemble funding. I don't have
Right,
the
and
answers
we
to
have
that.
still, minus what you just mentioned, is there still a debt due to Post?
As of today, those two transactions would clear out the current pipeline of work. I mean, still looking at other, things that more could come, but that's what.
Yeah,
it is
well,
today.
we hope there's more to come. It's like I say, more free horses, but at least we have a means to find out. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm gonna just answer your question. Now that I've had a chance to think. I think a CIP that's multi-year will help answer my questions about the findings. And Alex, I heard you speaking about the, for example, the financial advisory. It would be great to know that there were 2 contracts there, who they were for and what they were for. So I think that kind of detail will help us understand better everything that's going on, because once you say, oh yeah, one's for Chandler and one's for modeling for the future, we now know that there's modeling for the future in this new budget, right? And we know that Chandler obviously has some, we do owe them for the work that they do. But when we see just financial advisory, it's not clear. So I'm hoping that future budgets, or even we can come back and get that kind of information about, who exactly are the lobbyists? Knowing now that we have verbally that we have a federal and a state lobbyist, it's great to know. But knowing that in writing would be very, very helpful. And then for the consultants too, what projects are they working on would be very, very helpful. Alex, I was kind of.
Yeah, no, that's right. In consulting. 2 of us, our backgrounds are in the private sector. most of my colleagues are in the public sector. That's good. We all have to have our.
Blend of experience.
Need both sides, yeah. So, for instance, something to think about in the future as a consultant and financial advisor would be rent a CFO, certified chief financial officer, to look at just how we're doing what we're doing.
And Alex, I'm gonna suggest we table that discussion, because that's for the future and it's.
It is for the future, but something to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And that's why I
absolutely.
brought it up as I did, so.
So
I know, I
I know, I have a couple
Direct-
thoughts, and I wanna ask the rest of the directors here to possibly consider approving this budget, because I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing further understanding of what we have in front of us. Further understanding to the projects and the funding to each project. Now, whether that changes, whether we make changes to that, that comes with a budget adjustment that we need to bring back anyways. I don't want to leaving our constituents concerned that we didn't approve a budget, one, and even having staff in this organization and the individuals that are not here tonight leaving concerned that now we didn't approve a budget where 33% of it is their salary. And so I want to be mindful that we've got a very detailed budget overview today. So thank you, Justina. And it does clarify where the expenses and the revenues coming from. And we could ask for more clarity, but as far as it coming back in a month, I don't even think that's enough time to be able to deliver enough of that clarity and that turnaround. So I want to be able to also give staff the opportunity to get 2 months, 3 months to come back with more detail and overview. But I don't see us going 3 months into the next fiscal year without a budget. That's my concern.
That was the plan. We're gonna approve the budget in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, I want to make sure I have clarity around that because
Yeah.
I'm hearing two different things.
I think I'm going to move to approve this budget.
Any discussion? I wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to speak. Do you want?
I just want.
It's late. Yeah, I'm gonna turn to council. So we have a motion to approve and a second. Can we still have discussion because Director Matthews, Director Chapman still would like to say some things?
Yes. Unless someone calls for the question,
Okay,
but there also can be a competing motion. So I just want to be clear. So you can have up to 3 motions on the floor,
great.
not to confuse you. But that's,
At 11 o'clock at night. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
no, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just telling you what your options are.
So I would like to.
Wait, no,
Okay, is this about the options?
Would like to make another.
No, okay, wait.
Okay, so do I entertain other motions now before more discussion, or do I ask for?
You're the chair. And so if you would like to entertain some discussion on the first motion now, you can. Or if you would like to allow Director Kennett to make his motion and then have a discussion, that would be also appropriate.
Okay,
Why you get paid.
And to not confuse you more, that the last motion gets voted on first. Okay.
okay, then I'm going to. Also, Director Kenneth, if you're gonna make a motion, I want all motions on the table at one time so I can explore, or at least think of our comments based upon that.
Okay, so I would like to, based on what the general manager said, she's gonna, her and staff are gonna come back with a few questions for clarification that we asked. And thus I would like to wait, have our, postpone this approval for the 2 weeks, and let staff come back with that. It sounds like they're ready to do it. It's just, I'd like to hear it. and that would be my proposal.
I'd like to propose something that, before we have two competing motions from the board, and
There's a motion on the floor, so the question is whether there's a second, and then you can speak to it, so.
Your motion is to bring this budget back in 2 weeks for approval.
And we will approve it in 2 weeks.
Okay, and Director Gill, you would like to do it tonight. You have a second. Nobody has seconded your motion right now.
You have to call for a second.
Oh, would anybody like to second Director Gannett's motion?
Hearing that.
Hearing none, okay.
Fails for lack of a second.
Bills for lack of the second. We now need to make, and we are still voting on the motion to approve the budget tonight, and people can vote yes or no.
when can I speak, council?
Well, that was just a part of the usual procedure. Motion on the floor after.
Yeah.
You have to allow the director to, a
Yes.
director to make a second, so. If the chair would recognize the general manager now, that would.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood where we were in the whole process before discussion happened.
Yes, the second motion has failed for lack of a second, therefore, now before you is the motion on the floor, which is Director Gill's motion, seconded by Director.
And we can now have discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The additional discussion has actually helped clarify some things for me that I think answers the key question that you brought up, Director Sutherland, which is specific projects and the consultants that go with them. And a multi-year CIP, you said, would answer your questions. A multi-year CIP is months away from coming to you, which will be prospective, it will be forward-looking, but it's coming to you, and you will be working with us to make sure it works for you. In terms of what projects, what consultants, Director Kennett asked about the financial advisors, we told him the two. In terms of projects and consultants, there aren't unlimited consultant services. We could probably name them off. But how about if staff pledges to bring back to you at the next meeting as an informational item or just for your iteration, we can tell you the consultants that are specific to those categories. CV camp, lobbying, financial advisors, etc. And make a note that in the future budgets, that level of specificity will be in those categories. That's my recommendation.
I'm gonna look,
Not final.
thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna go to Director Matthews.
First of all, the hour is late. Second of all, I think we should pass the budget, and staff has clearly heard our questions. And if we wanted to make them more formal, we could ask for informational reports back. So we can understand it and mull it over and improve next year. Third of all, my little point is about the cost and I guess what I'll call the attitude about elections for the directors, for the directors. We're a public entity with popularly elected directors. This shouldn't come as a surprise to everybody or an unfortunate expense that we try to avoid year after year after year. So my question is, why is not the expense of our own elections, which is how this body was formed in the first place, because I was part of it. Why are we trying to avoid this all the time? I know there's a cost to it, but why is there not a line item for the election of directors? Every 2 years, we know it's coming up, and if it's not spent because there's an appointment, great. Roll it over into one of our many carryover funds. But I always get it's sort of offensive to me that it's sort of like, it's like a nuisance, we've got these darn elections coming up and they're gonna be expensive, and how could we avoid them? And we don't have the money and we have to find them, but it's just regular expense. It's part of our birth. It's part of who we are. Well, that's just kind of a personal thing I wanted to say. And on the issue of contracts, I believe we do approve all contracts throughout the year as they come to us and we vote on them. We have an opportunity to discuss, and if the contracts are less than, is it 50,000? We see those as well and have an opportunity to question and vote yes or no. So to me, that's not a big issue. I mean, the budget we don't need it to be any longer at this point, but, you know, certainly staff is here to answer our questions on the spot or with follow-up memos. So I support the motion on the floor.
I'm gonna go to Director Chapman, she was next, and then Director Gill.
Okay. First of all, thank you, everybody, for the lively discussion. I think this is the first budget hearing that we've had this much discussion on. And I think it's because we just got through an election and we've had laser focus, everybody looking on us and making sure that we're dotting our i's and crossing our t's and hoping for you. It's not that thing, but I think that's where I'm coming from, is that I want to make sure that we're being transparent, that we are looking over everything, like you said, like Director Gill says. The expenses have been rising. We are concerned. We don't want to see the expenses to continue to outweigh things that we promised the voters that we're going to deliver. And I think that's where I'm coming from the heart. There are things that I want to see get done, and I don't want to see expenses take away from that trajectory of getting, you know, Coyote Valley moving forward. We're on the cusp now. I mean, we've got a master plan. We're gonna, you know, there's big things coming forward. But I think that's, maybe there's a little nervousness for the board and the newness because we haven't discussed some of these things at great length. And so I appreciate the time that you have given us tonight to answer some of the questions. I mean, I've been on the board 5.5 years and I'm still trying to get District 1 wrapped around in my head and where things are coming from, where the carryover is and where that one's coming from. And I think it's starting to make sense now, so it takes time. So ladies, it's gonna take some time. It's gonna, you know, to get it done in 6 months is a lot. It's a lot to ask, and so there's a lot of things to go for. So it takes patience and it takes time to explain this to us. I don't think we asked it anything here that you can't bring back to us that would preclude us from adopting a budget tonight. I have full trust and belief the staff here is going to answer the questions. They're going to give us the documents. And I think maybe if it does come as a new business or addendum item, so it's on the agenda, so the public can then see the questions we asked, came back and they can look at it, then we're being fully transparent. Right, so we're showing that we're looking at the budget, we're not just rubber stamping something, we're asking questions. We want to see greater detail about the consultant, because again, it's managing the expenses, because we don't want to see the expenses continue to run away, because we know we really can't go back to the voters in another couple of years and say, hey, guys, we're back. Yeah, so I think that's where I'm coming from, so I'm going to support the motion.
Director Gill.
My fellow board members really ask very valuable questions. And I think definitely we are going to approve the budget tonight. And if any questions they ask, just please give the answer in the next board meeting or the other next board meeting as a informational items, and satisfied everybody's here. Okay, so thank you very much again, and it's a good budget. Enjoy, work hard, and then do the best you guys can do. Thank you.
Or call for Director Hyde.
I just want to say that, you know, the agency is going to go through some growing pains, and we're already seeing it, good growing pains with Measure D. And we can see the staff has already been thinking about this growth in terms of coming up with new systems and tools to help them and us do our jobs. And so this budget, you know, we're going to vote on it based on the information we have, and the information is very good. And I foresee over the next few months, as we look at the priorities of the agency in light of the additional funds, and in light of increasing expenses, and in light of opportunities to acquire more land, that the next budget process will be different. You know, we may see things in December, and we may see things in February, and then we may see things in June. So, I think that we are, growing, and I feel really good about the next year and what you all have planned for us and what we have planned for you. And I think this budget was well thought out, and the questions that we asked and the answers you gave, you know, I thought I understood everything pretty well before I walked in the door. I feel much more comfortable now than I did 3 hours ago, so thank you.
Well, then I would also like to say thank you. This has been grueling, it has been confusing. But this, I think, is part of the growth. The growth of the organization, the growth of the board, the growth of what we can look forward to in the future. And so as good public stewards, we are going to need to be very careful and ask questions about things like the budget. And so greatly appreciate everything, everybody being here this late. And I would like to call, unless anybody else has comments, I'd like to call for the vote. Do we have to do public comment, or we already did? Thank you.
And then the motion on the floor is to adopt the budget of the Open Space Authority under the board supervision and control for fiscal year 26-27.
Yes,
Are we ready for the vote?
we are.
Director Kenneth,
Yes.
Director Matthews,
Yes.
Director Chapman,
Yes.
Director Sutherland,
Yes.
Director Ming Hyde,
Yes.
Director Dominguez,
Yes.
Director Gill.
Oh, yes.
All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, directors, for your thoughtful questions and your dedication to this organization, and thank you to all. Oh, no, we still got all the staff. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Oh, it's new business. The next item on is the new business item, adopt resolution 26-35 and 26-36, calling for an election and requesting election consolidation services with the Santa Clara County for districts 2, 5, 6, and 7, and authorizing unopposed candidates not be listed on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot.
Did I just make a motion?
Our clerk. Please.
Oh, thank you. Caroline Hernandez, clerk of the board. If you'll indulge me with a few more minutes of your time, my presentation is a fraction of the time as the last one. Tonight's item is a twofold request to adopt resolution 26-35, calling for an election and consolidation of services with Santa Clara County, and to adopt resolution 26-36, authorizing any unopposed candidates not be listed on the ballot. I have another chart for you of figures. Preliminary estimated cost for election services furnished to the Santa Clara County Registrar of Voters for the November 3rd general election are projected to be about $1.8 million if all 4 seats are contested. The Registrar of Voters election costs are affected by a number of factors, including the number of registered voters in each respective district, election staff labor, whether the candidate seats are contested, and the inclusion of candidate statements. We are aware that the fee schedule for the ROV election services will also change in the upcoming fiscal year, potentially bumping up the number. The general election is scheduled for Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026. District 2, District 5, District 6, and District 7 are all up for re-election. Terms are 4 years, with the new term beginning on the first Friday of December 2026. There are no term limits for directors of the Open Space Authority. The authority's board operating rules and procedures policy states that authority elections are consolidated with the biannual general elections, and the board shall authorize the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara to consolidate the elections, canvass the returns, and cause the results to be properly certified to the board of the authority. It also states that if there is a single candidate qualified to appear on the ballot, such candidate is deemed elected, and such candidate will not have his, her, or their name on the ballot. The nomination period for candidates interested in running opens on Monday, July 13th through Friday, August 7th, 2026. During that period, candidates may make an appointment with the clerk of the board to pick up nomination documents. The deadline to file for office is Friday, August 7th, 2026. With the caveat that your clerk will be going on vacation, Wednesday, August 5th. All documents will be accepted by the clerk's office, scanned and submitted to the ROV. If an incumbent fails to file by the August 7th deadline, there will be a 5-day calendar extension during which any candidate other than the incumbent may file for the said office. And that's all I have. I'm happy to take any questions.
I think I'm the expensive one in this election, right?
Oh.
10K.
Yeah, your cost savings.
I'm a very costly guy.
That's worth.
So,
And again, these costs reflect a contested election.
so does the board have any comments?
Now I'd like to make a motion to approve. I'll second.
I have a question though.
Okay, do we have to take a second before Director Matthews can ask her question?
There is a motion on the floor, so.
So we have to, so is there a second to the motion? Seconded, okay,
Seconded, so.
and now you can
And I can
speak to the
speak
motion,
to the
yeah,
motion.
thank you.
No, I'm just, it's not to the motion, but I'm just
Or-
curious. It's not the odd number districts, it's not the even number, it's a mixed. How did that happen?
I now defer that question to legal because I might have some historical context.
I think the historical context is they were staggered in the very beginning, they were staggered elections. So some directors
Oh, so
served 2 years and some served 4.
I see.
And it just kept going perpetually.
I thought it was curious. I support the motion.
Oh,
I think some director is appointed.
doesn't change the cycle though.
I know, but whoever is appointed, they must has to go to the next election. No matter their
Right.
term is 4
Right.
years.
So it doesn't change the cycle, the 4-year cycle, however, doesn't adjust that. So you just serve the balance of the term, and if it's earlier than a certain time, then there's a special election to fill the balance of the term, but it's always latter 2 years, and it's by appointment.
Okay, I think I'd like. I like it. Open the vote. Helen, can you please call for the vote? It was moved by Director Chapman, seconded by Director Matthews. I'm sorry, and is there any public comment?
There is none.
Thank you.
Getting punchy. Okay, the motion adopting resolution 2635 and resolution 2636. Director Kenneth,
Yes.
Director Matthews,
Yes.
Director Chapman,
Yes.
Director Sutherland,
Yes.
Director Ming Hyde,
Yes.
Director Dominguez,
Yes.
Director Gill.
Yes.
Too slow to like.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Any committee Summaries, none. Informational reports? None. Okay. Legal counsel?
No report.
All right, this meeting is adjourned at 11:17.
All right.
Thank you.